Riding our fix is ready, here we go. Watch me scramble to complete a 3-hour show. We'll talk about knives and what's on your mind. Never know what will come up this time. We vibe and we chill, including spirited debate, but we do it with love and never with hate. We'll talk about knives and what's on your mind. Never know what will come up this time. We vibe and we chill, including spirited debate, but we do it with love and never with hate. We vibe and we chill, including spirited debate, but we do it with love and never with hate. Lights go dark, the stream comes on. Javon's here, the vibe is strong. Click and clack, the steel in sight. Every edge sharpened, Friday night.
Night flicks dance under the light. Blades that shine and cut so tight. Handles spin and edges glide. Friday night flicks worldwide.
The craft with steady flow, steel and story you'll wanna know. Flick of the wrist, how smooth it goes. Every frame a master show.
Night flicks dance under the light. Blades that shine and cut so tight. Handles spin and edges glide. Friday night flicks worldwide. Karambit steel, every flick has that cool appeal. The chat goes wild when he reveals a masterpiece you wish was real. Viewers locked and they can't resist. The flick of steel's a weekly twist. Carving moments, he makes it slick. Juvan streaming, doing the trick. Resist. The flick of steel's a weekly twist. Carving moments he makes.
Got the Scully in the house, it get cold in here. Open up the pack, crack open the beer. No fear, no tears, got the old 10 gears. Knew you been around, ain't been home in years. Had a hard day's work, it was easy for me. Javon, the beat hit easy to me. We talk about knives, it was EDC. It's the first 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you all been told it could get weird. So are you high on cigarettes? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Javon's Night Flicks, baby. Friday Night Flicks, baby. The first ever episode. We are getting it cracking like we say. Shout out to my co-host, Miss Evelyn. Let's get it, let's go. Yo, it could get weird. So are you high on cigarettes? It's the Friday Night Flicks, the channel where we discuss everything and all things EDC, knives, pocket knife, gadgets. You name it, we got it. Yo, Miss Evelyn, let's.
It went out because we only had a little bit, but are you high on cigarettes? And when that stuff runs out, you're gonna wanna make it. Are you high on cigarettes?
Let's watch Javon's weirdness and get high on cigarettes.
Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Do you know that you're right or wrong? 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 He don't smoke 'em, but he loves it when you do. That's why he's high on cigarettes. And if you find him, you should light him up a few. He's getting high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness and get high on cigarettes. Let's watch Juvon's witness.
Now this is the fear snake, the most venomous snake in the world. One bite from him and it's all over. No! Oh, no worries, mate. Luckily, we've had the anti-venom sent from America via FedEx. In my line of work, if you're not absolutely sure, you're absolutely dead. Oh, crikey. It appears we've used a different courier who hasn't arrived yet. It's okay because...
I think I've asked you, but that wasn't too soon, was it? It's been a long time since Steve's met his wet goodbye. But guys, it's great to see you. It is Friday night. Friday Night Flicks, always in the house. Glad you guys are here. Hopefully it'll be a cool night. I've got some stuff to show you. I've got some stuff to tell you about the social experiments that have been happening. My daily 2 to 6 social experiments. It's been interesting in the knife world, the other part of the knife world, as I call it. But we got Marco in the house. Good to see you, brother. And we got Kathleen Smith in the house. Howdy, Kathleen. How are you, young lady? Pleasure to see you always. Henry is in the house. What's up, Henry? What's going on, buddy? And I started a little early tonight, Cassette Faction. I think it's like 3 hours after I start. And I just wanted to make sure you guys have time to get over there because I know we're just kind of a pre-show, or I'm kind of a pre-show. I never know if it's just going to be me, which I'm always prepared because I can always kind of ping pong content, but I don't know if it's entertaining. That's up to you guys. I do the best I can, just so you know. And I could have some really talented people join me. So that's what I always look forward to, is learning and sharing from you, learning from you guys and sharing it with you guys also. What is up, Josh 304? Good to see you, brother. Nice to see you, man. So I hope everybody had a great week. I hope y'all have gotten all the knives you've been wanting. Paul Mills, channel member, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. And as a matter of fact, I saw there's Sire Shop. Sire Shop, hello. What is up, Susan? Look, she doxed herself. It wasn't just me. I think she does that because I've doxed her so many times. Sire Shop's good to see you, young lady. Hopefully you have received you should have received your package by now. I went against everything I've tried to do for 2 years. I was walking around the house early last week, and I saw 2 boxes. There were 2 members only giveaways that I had not mailed out. I mail those out usually the next day because I do it on a Sunday and they usually go out on a Monday, maybe Tuesday. And I dropped the ball, guys. I felt, I take care of my dad who's got dementia. And I say this candidly and I say it seriously. I'm surprised he's still around. And he's got a slow version of it, but I think I'm predisposed to forget shit. So that's my excuse and I'm going to stick to it. Plus I've done so much research in the psychedelic wars back following the Dead, widespread panic and all that stuff, that even though I'm much more highly evolved than most of you because of those experiences, my day-to-day functioning has definitely been maybe lowered a little bit, but I wouldn't change it for the world. And Sire Shop was a big part of that. Good to see you, young lady. Who else we got in here early? We got Colby in the house. What is up, Colby? my man. Good to see you, brother. Good to see all you guys. I look forward to Friday Night Flicks. I like Tuesday, the sit and spin, which I've kind of wondered if I should keep both of those going. The sit and spin used to be a 10:15 start time before I was doing part-time work, which really doesn't matter because I don't go in until 2. But I did that for the late night crowd, and it was a lot of fun. And then I was doing that to wait until Tri-State would end. And I moved it up because I did a poll and you guys wanted to start a little early. But Friday Night Flicks, kind of when we started, and I always look forward to it. The one thing that drives me crazy since I'm now doing the part-time social experiment at Knives and More is getting off at 6, rushing home. Like tonight, I sat on the couch, went through, opened some really cool mail. I was going to wait till 1931 Leatherworks got here. He and I worked out a deal, and that's my new front pocket wallet. And he was kind enough to throw in a couple of killer handmade 1931 Leatherworks slips. And we'll look at these again when he comes in, because I've got, these are going to be beat up like my 1931 Leatherworks sheath for my designed fret. And you can see that it's a curve there because I sit on it all day long. Today, I sat on a very cool, but I want to say hello to everybody before I show you what I sat on today. It was a winner for sure. And hopefully he'll join us tonight so I can thank him for setting it. He and I put together a deal about a week ago, and I got a knife in, and he threw in a bonus knife that I'm really stoked to test. Homer Felites, channel member, what is up, brother? Welcome, 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 my friend. So yeah, I've never been the guy that does cut tests, as y'all know, but you may see me with the tripod set up on my front porch, cutting rope to see which one of these knives I can dull faster. Because, gentlemen and ladies, I have some Magnamax, perfectly heat-treated Magnamax from Pennsylvania in the house, that I have an identical twin in Aristeel's first pour, or maybe it's not, maybe Crucible MagnaCut. I've got a MagnaCut minnow, and I have a Magnamax minnow. So we can look at them together. I don't think we'll ever know much. And like Gary's talked about candidly here, and I've wondered ever since we had the debacle with Bark River, is, you know, we rely so much on trust as a knife community on what we buy as being authentic or what it's supposed to be, because I don't think a lot of us are in the position or lucky enough to be out, you know, building survival lean-tos and stuff like that. So we're not really using our stuff hardcore. But I really want to see how these steels perform side by side, because I think it matters. And I was talking to the old guy, at part of my social experiment at Knives and More. And I'll reiterate all of them when we get to 10 chances I could have said, fuck you, and walked out and did not. Today was not one of those days. Today we worked together smoothly. Thursday's my least favorite day because, well, today's Friday. Thursday's my least favorite day because Tate, the young guy, does not work on Thursday. So the older gentleman and me work together from when I get there at 2, and we close together. Well, today he wanted me to come in early. So I worked today from 12 to 6 because Tate drove in a ditch yesterday. He didn't hurt himself, but he had to do some, you know, get in a new car and stuff like that. So he'll be ready to go tomorrow. But today we worked together, just he and I, and we worked together fine. We had a really good day. There was nothing that made me want to say, you know what? I've done all I can. You're wearing me out. El Cap Addict, what is up? But I think every little learning experience I get from learning what a different individual he is when he and I have these come to Jesus talks that he initiates, I hope he walks away learning a little bit too, right? Like, I shouldn't really push John because he doesn't give a fuck, you know, and he's given me good constructive criticism after I've talked to him about menial things before, and they make me kind of wonder if I'm doing things right. So maybe he'll slowly pull back from those engagements. And he's a fascinating guy who I learned a ton from about knives because he really does know that. Um, but man, today I had an odd one. We'll talk about it here in a little while. Colby, I think I said hey to you, but I want to make sure I say hey again. And then I want to show you guys something really cool. Who have I missed? I don't think I've missed anybody. 1931 Leatherworks is now in the house, and he can see a few of his leather pieces on the table, and they will all be carried. We'll talk about them here in just a little bit. But Terry, I got them. Thank you so much. I will get you turned around tomorrow. I think I've got a box that it'll fit in. But dude, the slips were totally a surprise. I don't know if you intended them to be one way, but I'm carrying my American Blade Works and the one that's got the little slice in it. And then I've got my small slimline trapper in this one. I love the slips, but the wallet, guys, is next level. I told you guys I've tried a couple of wallets, started with a hard wallet from a company called Aswell. I've never had just a very simple, because I only carry 4 cards and a place in the center here for cash. This is what I've been carrying in my front pocket for the last 3 months, and it's worked fine. I tested it for CountyCom. It's a Murtec. So the little lines you see are the RFD, which I don't care about people scanning me. That's another rhyme. I'm going to be a rapper before I turn 60. But this is a little Meritech, simple. The orange is just one of a bunch of different colors you can get. And it worked fine in my pocket. But this is going to be great because it's going to be snuggled alongside of this. And then I carry a light that's pinned to the top of my left pocket. My left pocket's got a lot going on. My left pocket probably has as much more activity than my right pocket, but my right pocket always has my primary folder, which I never go past. I call it my primary folder now, but the knife that I keep in my back pocket, my fixed blade, is what 8 times out of 10 I'm reaching for to cut stuff. I don't know why. And I've noticed a trend in my social experiment at Knives and More. I saw a family that's here from Chicago. They're interviewing schools, and they were doing a tour of UAH. They came in twice yesterday, and both the dad and the son wore knives on their belt. That's how they carry them in Chicago, like bushcrafter knives for EDC knives. And I saw a family come in today from Mobile. I forget why they were up here, and they were carrying fixed blades. So I'm seeing more and more fixed blades, no pocket fixed blades. I rarely see pocket fixed blades like I like, but I'm seeing a lot of people that carry them. The reason I went off that tangent is I find if I'm carrying a traditional knife, which I rarely ever use, in my left pocket, my primary folder, which is typically my favorite knife, in my right pocket, and then my fixed blade, which today, this, I take it out because I just don't want to sit on it. I take out my Freedom Pill dispenser, which I carry appendix every day. It's part of my EDC. But this is a Creeley Blades Mako. And this is bigger than the Minnow. I think it's about 7 inches. This one's Magna Cut, made in the U.S. It's also got his 3D printed handles, which he does both to cut down cost and to cut down weight. And they're just as durable, or almost as durable, as G10. You can get G10 at checkout. He offers G10 scales because they're bolt-ons. But this is a sweet, sweet knife. I'll probably use it more than the Minnows. But what he did is he threw in, because he and I have been talking on lives, and I think he had this one come back, or this one does not have any blade markings on it. It's just a little, maybe it's the second, I'm not sure, but it is a Minnow that is made out of Magnum Max. So I've got a a Magna Cut minnow that I've been using and a Magna Max minnow that I have not been using. So before I put any edges on either of them, what I'm going to do is cut some rope. I've got it some ordered from Amazon, some sisal or sisal, however you pronounce it, rope. I'm going to film it. I don't know if it'll make the video, but I'm going to cut rope. I have a feeling that I can cut as much rope and I'll never get to a point where I've cut enough rope to where it makes a difference on how it performs on the paper. And that's probably not the best test. What I do is I would cut rope, cut, make sure it was clean through the paper, see if the edge had degraded. No, cut. And I'd be counting those cuts, which to me sounds horrible. I mean, I'd rather go to a recess of third graders, line up on a wall and have them all walk by and ceremoniously kick me in the nuts. But I think that's the only way to really do. I'd like to know the difference in Magna Cut and Magna Max. How it, for a user like me or most of you guys who are probably urban EDC people, we might never know the difference of those steels. But I think that there is a value advantage and a fact that we're continuing to push the envelope advantage for me as a collector to like and want to know more about Magna Max. And it's the first time it's made me want to test how it compares to something like Magna Cut, which is kind of silly because Laren, who developed both of them, has talked about why and what they're different as. So maybe I won't do that, but I think it would be fun for a while. I have a feeling in the back of my mind I would cut enough to where I could never make one have a real noticeable difference. And maybe it'd be better to cut them through cardboard sheets. Have a bunch of Amazon boxes that are the same size that I could count consistent cuts because it's more abrasive, that it might make them perform differently sooner. I don't know. But just so y'all know, again, not to brag on myself, but I will give myself a. I'm trying to make the channel better. I'm trying to integrate some other outdoor stuff, but all I can really do with my big fixed blades is whack them into a piece of wood. I'm afraid if I do too much carving or like notch making, I'm going to end up cutting a finger off. And it just will be, I'll lose my channel because it'll be too much blood because I'll upload it anyway. So I don't think much good could come for y'all as an audience or for me as a guy who plays with knives. What is up, Ryan Ellis? I saw that guy and Edgy American Blades yesterday. They came up and visited. We're all Alabama boys, so it wasn't a huge stretch, but it was a nice gesture, and we had a good time. It was good seeing them all. Who have I not said hello to? And y'all, I'm terrible in the chat, but when it's just us, I think I can kind of stay with it. But what I do is I look at names, not at what y'all are saying. Neil, what is up? Hello, brother. And Susan's talking with somebody that's not making themselves clear. Y'all, treat Susan like the queen that she is and don't make her come back with question marks. Hit her with straight, tell her what it's about, and help her out. I'm kidding, guys. You know that. But I think I said hey to everybody. More people will hopefully come as we go on. Very Good Knife Company, Jacob's here. One of the things we do early on at Friday Night Flicks, and I've got it pulled up as one of my tabs here, is we always go over and we see what is left at the store, because every night, if I'm not mistaken, Jacob, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and you won't see this because I'm far up in the chat, but I think at 8 o'clock Eastern, I think I go live an hour after he drops his knives. So what he does every Friday is he drops knives he's been working on during the week. I urge you guys, and I'll drop it here in the chat in a second, follow Jacob on Instagram because you'll be aware of this stuff. But because he does videos on each of the knives, because he's a small batch USA maker. I think one of the best. And these are the knives. Most of them you'll see are out of stock. That's because next week they'll be all different. There is a Tradition Junior, which I have a review on if y'all are curious. That's a wonderful blade. And that's in AEBL. It's available. Jacob, congratulations on what looks like a great drop. Pocket Dock is what I've been carrying. fantastic blade. I will show it to you in a second. It is available. And guys, I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, Javon approved every one of these. When I first saw one of, I don't know if y'all remember Ron. I'm not going to say his last name because I confuse it with, it was what it was in the chat, but I confuse it with the Rolling Stones guy. But he sent me a knife early on. I say early on, over a year ago to check out. And it was one of Jacob's knives. The first time I ever saw one of his knives. I did the review. I called the number on the card that was in the box just to tell them, hey, I saw one of your knives. It was amazing. Good job. And Mrs. Very Good Knife Company answered the phone. I realized then what a small company they really are. And you get a card in the box letting you know, thank you for your business and for helping a small business. Because this is a husband-wife team with a kids that don't work yet. So Jacob does everything from start these guys as drawings, makes the sheaths for them, and ships them out, everything in between. And I learned from that first conversation that they were special people and they make really cool knives. So I show you these because these are the ones that are live. But if you go to the catalog, what I thought was cool about them when I first discovered them was they build purpose-driven knives. So as a user and somebody who has ADHD, who doesn't need a lot of information, I can look at the Adventure and I can see it's a heavy, versatile flat grind. And I can look at each knife, light, slicey, hollow grind. What's that look like? So I can look closer because I know what the purpose of the knife is and what the construction is and the basics. So I really vibed with, as I continued going on, I saw that the Mantis really caught my attention. The Falcon really caught my attention. And the beautiful thing about this is when Ron sent me the first knife, I was not only impressed enough to call Very Good Knife Company and tell them, I took it to my buddy A to Z, who's a bigger knife junkie than I am. And he fell in love with them. These are the ones I was going to, Lineman, the Jack, and the Roughneck. And when you click on these, you read about the history or what the blade shape is inspired by. Lineman was made with stripping big wire in mind. I mean, he's not apologizing for it, designing a knife to fit a niche. I loved it, thought it was cool. Anyway, I took it over to A to Z EDC, my buddy, my local buddy, because he's more bougie than me. And he's since bought 5 of these, and I've gotten to review them. So they're on the channel. I don't know if they're in a playlist yet. They need to be. But this is the one Jacob was kind enough to send me, and I love it. A little spay blade, little 6-inch Nitro V slicer. I mean, thin. All his specs are on his knives. I'll drop this link in too. First, I want to put his Instagram in because I think if you guys are interested, you can get a lot more. He's also got a YouTube channel where he goes live and every week, like Shane does, and you can watch him finish these batches. The difference is Jacob will have the entire batch in a cart and he works on them all together. They're really cool to watch. But a great guy, one of my favorite knife companies, and I endorse them 100%. Let me drop a couple of links for you. And if y'all see anything you like, jump over there. But I'm going to jump the website link will be just a second. First, I want to throw his Instagram in there. I thought I had it pulled up, but I didn't. Instagram, that is, not him. I don't want him to think I'm stalking him that hard. Here we go. So this is where you can connect with them. They do a lot of social media. I don't see how he's got enough time for it. But Jacob does very good social media, showing every knife he's going to drop. That is his Insta. I'm going to pull up his YouTube real quick because that's the one I like to watch. I like to watch him finish handles. And I like you guys know I'm a micro napper. If you've been here before, I'll fall asleep. And he's one that his voice and the tools put me to sleep. I mean, I know I'm not going to get to see much. but he's the last thing I'll hear for an hour till I wake up. This is his knife channel. And again, it's mainly, he'll also have some good food for thought content, good knife community content, but a lot of stuff showing some of the stuff he's working on. He does collaborations with a few people, and my buddy A to Z was lucky enough to get one of his collabs. That's his YouTube channel. And then most importantly, where I am now, I'm going to go to the homepage. But the store is different from the catalog. The store is where you go. You'll see these in the pull downs. The store is where you go to see what's available now. The catalog's where you go to see all the different knives. And I think you can reach out to, my mic's doing weird stuff. I apologize, guys. The store, I think you can reach out on Instagram and say, hey man, I want a lineman. And I think, Jacob, tell me if I'm wrong, you'll take custom requests like that, and then it's a few, however long out, you'll get your lineman. But that doesn't mean that linemen are available. It just means that they're there and those are designs he works on. So cool stuff, cool guy. I think you guys know enough that I don't work with a lot of knife companies. I work with a very good knife company. I work with my buddy Gary Creeley Blades. I work with TRM, with Mrs. and Mr. TRM. I work with TKL, Mr. and Miss TKL. And I work with, who else do I work with? Big Idea Design Company, most of the stuff. Oh, Lynch, Northwest. Casey's nice enough to let me check out his fixed blades, which I'm still, no disrespect to Jacob if he's still in the chat, but the Swift 6 is still one of my favorites right now for the year because it's crew wear. And I saw a post that he's offered it in a new steel. I bet it's Magna Cut, but I didn't click on it because I was with a customer. But this is a small 6-inch for Javon, just a great little knife. And I love the fact that it's crew wear. I've got the Sparrow 7 too, which is more of a hiking knife for me, or a right pocket carry knife. But this comes with the center mounted deep concealment carry clip and this what looks like a weird pancake sheath. And if you're waiting for the tactile click, it's a different type of feel. When you push this in, you feel the tiniest click and you feel it stop. And it is locked in for days. I took this and showed it to the old guy, who eventually I will say, fuck you, and walk out. And unfortunately, I won't be able to review his knives. I won't be able to go in and see my buddy Tate because I'll burn that bridge. I'll walk out with kerosene behind me. I'm just that guy. I can't help it. I'm trying to, in my old age, be nicer. But when you don't give a fuck and you're tested and you get to that point, you're going to break out the gas line. He said it bothers him because this touches his hand. I think it's designed perfectly because it gives you a very deep carry. That's all you got exposed. And I've got short thumbs, and my thumb fits right into this, what I call ejection port, before I even feel the metal. So screw you, guy who I won't give a name to. I like him. I learn a lot from him. We're friends, but I just know he's got the personality that we're different. And he wouldn't do it maliciously. He'll do it with just an honest thought that's flawed and not as evolved as my brain's ready to take. And it's going to get ugly. But the Swiss 6, a winner. So Lynch blades, I do some reviews for. But I don't let a lot of people that fill my inbox up and say, hey, we'd love for you to review our knives. I'm really typically not interested because when I go to their website, all I see is the same stuff. There's an exception to that. And there will be exceptions from time to time. Because I like budget knives. So this little company, Lothar, reached out to me. I'll always click on their link if it doesn't look suspicious. And they make these knives. The unboxings did very well. They're Amazon knives, and they're in the $30 and under range. And they've got knives that fit a camper knife, and they're either 14C or D2, allegedly. A little knife called the Turtle. And what I will look at on their catalog, do they look original? Now, I don't see as many knives as a lot of reviewers, but if they look original to me, if there's a reason, and for this, it was just simply value, that they have the stuff that they market as neck knives. I know they're perfect back pocket knives. I hate their sheaths already, and I'll beat them up, but they're putting enough mounting points, which is more important to me than a thin sheath like Casey, or one of the best in the business is Jacob at Very Good Knife Company. So you will see some stuff like that, but you won't see just everybody's stuff. What you will see everybody's stuff that I'm lucky enough to get, and this is by design. I've reached out to them for, I'd get one or two knives, and then I reached out to them to just be one of their reviewers, is Kaiser. Kaiser people used to be, they're the reason I had so many knives, and they were the knife part of the hobby that got me involved. Civivi too, but Kaiser more. I always thought Kaisers, especially their blade, because Civivi, well, I had and they were more expensive. Kaiser's just a good price point, great quality. And then the two faces, Mr. and Miss Kaiser, that I've met at Blade Show for the last few years, who put on a little social, are just great, great people. So anything you see on Jacob's website right here, you can shoot him a DM. There's probably a place on the website that you can ask for that, but I'll just go to Instagram and make sure you hear back from him, and then send another message if you don't, because a lot of us, me included, get stuff in our not connected to or not following. They put it in another place, and I don't log into Instagram every day. I might post an Instagram post every day, but it's coming from somewhere else. I'm not in there looking at content. So if I'm not in there, I'm not getting the messages. So people that I do business with, I'll give them my number if they need to text me, get in touch with me sooner. That's cool. So if you want in, this is me talking, not Jacob. I'm trying to know what I would read into what he's telling me. Get in now, because after Blade Show and people see his shit, he's going to probably retreat and just rely on his drops. Because I can tell you, not being a knife maker, but being good friends with a knife maker, books, a lot of people might think, oh, that's great, the business you've got coming in. But a lot of us are empaths, and we think too much about what other people are feeling, whether they're feeling it or not. So you feel responsible for that book order once you take it in, because you think, oh, they're waiting for their knife. Oh, I'm letting them down. I would. I don't think Jacob's like that, but I would not have books. What I would do is I would say, hey guys, my shit's hot. You want it? You can be there Friday. There's a great chance you'll get it. But jump in, and if you follow me on Instagram during the week, you'll see the knives that I'm going to have. So if there's something that you really like, you might want to be there right when it drops. You can also sign up on his website for newsletters to let you know, but I don't check stuff like that every second that it comes in. I was in corporate digital ad sales, and I was the manager over 38 AEs. And I had to go numb to that shit because it was going off all the time. I go to a psychiatrist. I go to a therapist. They were like, you got to tune out, dude. So a lot of times I don't get stuff as quickly. It doesn't mean that I don't care, that I won't get back to you. And that's another reason I don't answer or get into I don't know, I'm going in these different directions. I don't have anybody up here directing me, and my brain is like a ride at Disney World that if I had it out there, people would ride it once and they'd come out crying and they'd never want to ride again. It's a busy place, people. But the good news is I forgot where I was going, but I was going somewhere. Work with Shane. Thank you. And I do know that like Shane, if he took a book order, he he'd feel responsible for that guy waiting. And he makes people, unfortunately, wait a long time, but it takes a long time for him because of conditions he's very open about. He's not able to every day, like Jacob makes himself go in and do it. You know, Shane considers himself a hobbyist and he still goes in and does it the best that he can, but he doesn't want to make a product when he's not feeling good because there's so much of your your being that goes into something. I think someone who doesn't make anything except music with their hands, I know if I'm feeling like shit and the muses aren't with me, you don't want to hear me play. If I'm feeling great and everything's right, you probably still don't want to hear me play. But I'm just saying, there's a big difference. They make great rolls. And with some liverwurst, which is a great German sausage that I used to eat as a kid, they are delicious. A little yellow mustard on top of liverwurst on a Kaiser roll is banging. But as far as the Chinese knives that come in the 70 to 150, and you can get them higher than that range, but most of them are in that range. I dare you to show me a better made one. I dare you. I'm not ball washing for them because I also like Concept, and I think Concept's every bit as good. Concept doesn't offer as many drops. Concept's not as big. I'm learning, Kyle. I've got someone who's a customer at my social experiment who also knows somebody in the in Shanghai City, and at a certain place, if you've earned some certain social credit or some legacy, that's why people in China don't want to use counterfeit products right now because their government judges them. There's some that are owners of their business. You can get a part, and it's cloudy. The government still controls it, I'm sure. And that's where your capital investment comes from. But I did not, but I'm so glad you told me that, buddy. Hold on. Terry, did you email it today? Because I didn't check my email today. I'm checking it right now. Sorry to derail you people, but I have to right now because if I don't do it, it won't get done. And Terry's my buddy, and I'm about to send him something, and I do not want to send it to his old address. No, sir. I've got nothing in your folder, my friend. And if you want to, I'd love for you to email it to Javon's Knife Flicks. Well, wait a minute. That could be my fault. No, I'm in Javon's Knife Flicks inbox. Javon's Knife Flicks, all one word. No, you can't put any apostrophes or anything in there, at gmail.com. If it doesn't work, buddy, you can DM it to me or text it to me or just call me. I'd rather you call me and me type it in. I'll tell you when I'm ready for it. I don't have the box yet. I think I do have a box that it's going to fit in. And I think I'm almost positive I know which one you want, buddy. But this wallet and these slips, dude, you're getting better every day. I mean, this is next level. The burnishments, I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. That's what they treat the edges with. I don't know why I just froze up. That's usually a sign that my computer's probably going to crash. Kyle will tell you I need more processing power. You know, if I would pay more to StreamYard, I would be able to have a camera right here. This is a guest. This is like a guest. I had to invite myself to make this work, and it's not good resolution. But you usually see top-down cameras with a lot better resolution. I'm just not willing to do it with StreamYard because then you can add a camera. But the work is great. And I think you can see the stuff that I'm showing because I'm never showing anything. One thing I do want to show, if you like imported knives and you're like minimalistic knives, this is a Mr. Mister design. That's a a team, a dad and a son who both designed. This is the dad's design because it just has his language all over it. It's called the ISO. And ISO is like an isosceles triangle for one thing. I can't pronounce that word. The other thing is an acronym for insanely sharp object. This is OEM by QSP. It's got a super deep hologrind on S90V. He put a compression lock on this model, which I don't like titanium and a compression lock, but it's really cool. But the blade totally disappears. A little wonky blade to handle ratio, but your only hardware is that pivot. And then you've got a reversible clip. Everything starts from the back. And this is what they call a faux wire clip. This is a milled titanium clip. But it's just designed to look like a wire clip, and it kind of has some of those same attributes. But if you look, you've got the triangle pivot when you think of isosceles. You've also got this little flipper tab. It's just a basic non-jimped little triangle. And I mean, I wish it had jimping on there. He does not like jimping. He wants it to be very clean. These are designers. I think he's an architect, Mr. the dad. But very cool knife. I think this batch for this knife was OEM'd, and it'll be on his website by QSP. They did a great job. I've got to send it back, and I'm just dreading it. But that's a good one. That's one I'm happy to shill for. I gave it, I think the reviews come out, but I was totally stoked on it. Space Mountain was a little scary. I was more scared in the haunted house, but dude, my brain is so busy. You getting there? Are you getting served ads, Kyle? I've been working with AI to come up with a way that if you ever showed up in my streams that I could give you all my ads and still keep the revenue. Is anybody else getting ads? Or is my script working? I hope nobody else is getting ads. But Kyle, if you're getting ads, I'll turn them off at some point. But I just wanted to see if I had the capacity to do it with AI. Because again, I can't do anything like that. But I'm starting to try to learn to prompt AI to be my superpowers, to do things that I can't do. One of the things I want to be able to be better at, because then I'll start consulting again, is creating someone's Google AdWords, their pay-per-click campaign. That's something that's really tricky. And I used to have a platform that gave me some of the data that I want to be able to get from Google Trends, but also on a localized level where search is happening so I can get an idea. A couple of levers to pull in any AdWords campaign or Google paid search campaign. So there's some great things that AI will do to help you really get into your Google Analytics or your Adobe Analytics or whatever you're using to find out what's running your business and what's running right. And for most people, their website, like I guarantee if we talk to Jacob at Very Good Knife Company or Gary, they're going to say, yeah, my website's important for me. You know, it's what people do business with every day. So you want to be able to bring people to it. And as a knife company, you're screwed. Google won't let you play in their pay-per-click, which I think is terrible. I can't believe that they think a tool like a knife is a weapon. Especially if you look at, I think if you're a kitchen company, and what's a big company that sells knives all day long, but they're a kitchen company, they can buy AdWords. And that's where most violent knives are picked up as a butcher knife or something out of the kitchen. Because to use a knife, you either got to be totally off the deep end psycho, watch too many horror movies, or it's a crime of passion, i.e. I had to grab it because I was in a, I can't control my emotions and I snapped. I don't think somebody's saying, I'm going to go spend $400 on this badass knife that comes out the front because I want to stick it in somebody. They're better tools for their job, people. A Freedom Pill dispenser you can chunk in a lake. I love having you in the chat, dude. I love the grammar police, and you are one of the best because at least you're spitting facts. And I say that truthfully. I thought you were off on a real fight, but you're not. I love it. You know, I'm picking on you, Kyle. We talked about you yesterday. I'm sure your ears burned a little bit, but it was nothing bad. We would just love to have had you there. And the whole time it was in the knife store where I worked. I didn't go eat with those kids because they were a little bit late, and I like to get out early. And before that, I go take care of my crazy old dad. That's got to change. What's up, lion? Not a sheep. How are you, my friend? I've been learning a lot about house cats. There's some mystery behind a house cat. Big cats like lions and tigers. If a house cat was that size, they would be not only eating their asses for lunch, but they'd be doing a lot more. You guys know that research Egypt and cats. Research when the first cat was domesticated. Let me help you. You won't find it. It never happened. There was never a time. I'm just going to cut through all the science and all the weirdness that I hear about cats. They're the most perfectly genetically engineered mammal in existence. They have a flexible spine that's hard to sever. Most mammals could not put up with the force that can be applied to a house cat spine. They can rotate their ears 180 degrees. They can hear things most people think. They're aliens, people. They're the only cat that has a vertical slit eye like a reptile. If you go back to Egypt and find out when they were put into, I don't dig up mummies, but all of them were buried with cats. And there was something weird that happened back then. I don't know if the cats came off of a spaceship and talked to the Egyptians when they were making the pyramids, or if they just decided we need a little animal to worship because we're too weird as it is. But cats, there's more to the picture, people. They could be very much spawns of Satan, but they'd be wreaking more havoc. But they lay in wait, so it's possible. I think it's more likely that they're alien. They come from another dimension than other mammals have ever come. Because I can tell you, I was bitten by a cat today, my mom's cat. Now, he was just giving me like handshake bites. And that motherfucker broke the skin. But if they say if cats were, I forget if it's 4 feet tall from the ground when they were standing, they would run the planet because they'd eat us. And they could drag you in the bushes. And if you've ever had the misfortune of when a feral cat attacks you and it's decided to latch onto you, there's a great video of a guy who used to be it's an older video. The news is putting on this adoption program, and he's like an animal control officer guy, and this cat locks onto him. But the force with which a cat will lock onto you, you're done. If it was bigger, they go for your neck too. So it's just, my cat tends to bite if I ignore. Yeah, but a little nip. Is it a nip or a bite, Paul? I mean, now sometimes if they get you in the right place, it'll break the skin because their teeth are also unwieldy sharp. But yeah, they don't like to be ignored. But one of the things I send my mom this stuff from Instagram. Cats are not owned. They're not pets. Cats are, they think of us as part of a pack. So like when your cat follows you everywhere, it's kind of trying to train you. I used to think when Tippy would bring me dead animals and leave them on the mat that she wanted me to eat. It's not that. They're training us. They think that we're too dumb to hunt. I don't know if they're saying, hey, my food sucks. If we gave handshake bites, but we have opposing thumbs, so it's different. If you don't have a way to shake paw to hand, You're right. I mean, I'll give you that. That's 100% true. I would never let anyone who bit at me, socially or not, into my house. Cats are different. And like I say, Kyle, Puck might not be a permanent cat. Right now, he just comes and goes, and I don't stop him. Now, there was a time he'd come over and want to lay by me and do stuff like that, but feral cats never get like that. If you get a cat because I have adopted one from a shelter, and it was a very appreciative cat. I had one cat show up at our first house, Brittany, my daughter's first cat. This would have been 1999, maybe 2000. A little gray cat showed up at our house, and that was a cat that was the most docile, laid-back cat, would never bite anybody I've ever seen. And then the rest have always been, if I passed out, I'd worry about wake up being eaten. I believe it. I mean, I've seen a lot of memes where they're aliens and they do some weird stuff. There's science that they hear, I forget how many times better, but and a lot of this stuff's just people putting out content. And unfortunately, I see a lot of it. But the cats, if you see your cat come in at night and they just are staring at something and you can't get them to shake off it, if they're looking at a ghost or something in a different dimension, because they're not just staring into space, that they see other shit, which is kind of frightening to me because my cat does that a lot, especially late at night. Like, because I'm a nighttime creature, but like between 2 and 4, the cats get very active. I have 2 that are usually in. Puck's not in at night, but Tippy will wake up after sleeping. She's 14, maybe 15, so she's not very active. But when she is, she's just as fucking crazy. They're different. I had a German Shepherd that I had from when she was 4 till she died, and she was probably 16. Wonderful dog, but didn't do anything that made me think, wow. I mean, she was so loyal. They're great. Tippy knows you can't hunt. She's seen your kitchen. That's true. I mean, I think I get special treatment from them because they know I am a needy case. I get that, Kyle. I'll throw it out there. I'm a needy case. I did very well as a married dad. Unfortunately, I was married to the wrong person. I'm one of these people that believe I think I'm kind of average maybe I'm not, maybe I'm below average, but if you have a good woman or a woman beside you, you can reach more potential because they help you with the shit that I might not manage well on myself, or make me do the stuff that I need to do where I'm a procrastinator. So I think I'm capable. I'll avoid that shit. And that's bad. That's escapism. I'm guilty. Guilty is charged. It happens. But this Mako is a very, very cool knife. The shape is awesome. It's very light, very thin, very slicey. I know my buddy Shane doesn't like this bulbous handle, but to me it fills up your hand, especially on the small version. The minnow. This is my first piece of Magnamax because it's not marked. Kyle, I'll send this to you after I do some rope cutting and let you sharpen this next to. And I think the MagnaCut in my minnows is Crucible MagnaCut. And then the Mako may be Aerosteel's first pour that is non-American MagnaCut, but it's MagnaCut. Dude, you became a YouTube member. Thank you. We'll have a live stream on Sunday. All you have to do is stop by. There'll be a secret word. You leave it in the chat. Hopefully you win a knife. I appreciate you, dude. I'm going to give you a man hug. Thank you, man. I learned if I let that play till the end, I get a copyright strike. I know y'all don't care, but it's a pain in the ass for me to go in and cut it out. Kyle is, and we talked about this yesterday. Kyle has taught me more about knives than probably anybody in the community, and not just about sharpness and blade steel. I mean, he's got a sharp wit. He fucks with me constantly, and I put up with it because I get so much knowledge from that fool. That's why I've got his shit. Look at my screen. This is my time. Welcome, Kyle Coonley. I've got his website, his Instagram. It's where I send my knives, even though I can't afford to send knives to get them sharpened. And I've got enough knives that I rarely get them dull because I'm only cutting open cat food and shit. But I love Kyle. I give him a hard time. And like I tell you guys, if we ever have what's up, Bugsy? If we've ever got a group of people up here, it's my nature to play the devil's advocate. It's not play it. I'm curious. I'm curious how other people think. I'm not always, if I'm asking questions or positioning myself to make Kyle explain to me in a better way so I'll understand it, i.e. win the argument, I'm just making them because I think it's good for people to hear other sides. And I'm sure people in the audience feel the way that I portray myself. But I know how Kyle thinks all the time. I would never have to go out against anything he says when we were live. I do it because, A, it's one of the ways I have fun pushing his buttons because I know. And also, you guys might have noticed, Kyle has the power to put me backstage. He can turn my mic off. Nobody else can do that. I wouldn't let my brother have the control of my live streams as Kyle. And I know he does it sometimes. But it's with mad respect that I'll let him do that. He can take it. He's a big boy. And a lot of the shit Kyle spits is truth. But I'm learning that, what's the way people say it? I've heard this, you can be right and something can be true. It's like two things can kind of operate in the same vein, and then you would think that one couldn't exist because the other one's being true, but there are other variables at play. It's complicated when you talk about knife steel, heat treat, and what's the perfect HRC. And the funny part about it is 98.9% of the people don't give a fuck. I've had maybe the third, I could still count on one hand the people that blade steel matter to them. And I've sold tens of thousands of dollars worth of knives in the 3 months I've been there. It never comes up. Usually it's, why is this bench made this much and that one's that much? Well, this one has S30V. This one has S90V. Well, get me the one that's cheaper. And maybe they just, they haven't been, to me, it's interesting to have steels that are kind of designed for one thing or another, which brings us back to, as far as we know, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Crucible has been on a death rattle for 10 years? They went bankrupt once or twice. They had some issues. For all we know, Crucible could have been marking their Chinese steel what they marked their steels. Who's to say if it was authentic? I know for a fact, because someone who worked with it told me that, and this is not because, that's not a joke. That's just more companies are going to be found out. And something went down yesterday with Tuya and Tools for Gents. And from what I'm taking from it, because I've looked into it, Tools for Gents looks like fucking idiots in all this. Tuya knives did nothing wrong. They were using Bowler M390 that they had in their facility for whatever reason. It's still like 2.5, 3 years old when they changed something that none of us in the knife community knew that M390 changed, to where a spectrometer would notice it being two different metals. But stuff like that's going to happen all the time. If there's a way for a human to get involved with it, there's a way that it can be really fucked up. And if it's a human that has bad intentions, whatever they may be, they can fuck people over. And the knife community is a pretty trusting lot. And I think if you watch videos that Erica puts out, some of those that I don't normally watch, they speak to that. Hold these makers accountable, and they're only as good as what their supplier tells them. What I love about Kyle is he's what I call pedantic. He doesn't care if he doesn't have if he's not, because he is right. In his mind, Kyle's got it figured out. I'm one the believer that Kyle's highly intelligent, has most of it figured out, but to listen to the opposition, there's always room to learn a little more. Kyle's not like that. Kyle's an absolutist. I think you can have two things happening in unison. And that's me playing more fantasy than reality, but I just know how human nature runs. You do listen if they're wrong, but what you have to, like, when you talk about people's thoughts on something like religion or something like politics or something like, I'm trying to think of where tradition and things that are raised into you in terms of what defines your moral compass. And yes, people that do things always know and they've bent their moral compass, but things happen for weird reasons. That's why I always say intellectual property is something we came up with. That's a business law term. That came up. That wasn't something that China thinks about. They're not going to protect don't think you can protect your intellectual property and send China one of your knives. And it's not because they're like, ha ha ha, we can steal from them now. No, it's like we'll make one like just like it. Their culture doesn't say that we're the ones that came up with that concept. And if you look at, I don't do this, I'm just surmising. If you look at the court cases where I was so proud, whatever happened between Microtech and Hawk Knives, for it to come so quickly and for Microtech to do the thing that proofreading 101 would have kept you from ever doing it. To me, that's beautiful. The judge did the right thing, but I think you can go look at other cases where it's not that way. The bigger guy usually gets what they want because they can push things along. And Shane was the one, or Kyle, somebody told me that because the way Gavin's position being a smaller guy, when you're dealing with something that you're trying to stop someone from using your intellectual property in the United States, that a judge, even if it's a big company like Microtech that can tie you up while they continue to steal your shit, a judge can go, fuck that. And this is what must have happened. And I don't think anybody's ever uncovered that, but that's why you can't get a zero blade play in Generation 4, which we have 4 zero blade plays at Knives and More. I bought my zero blade play there beforehand, but I can guarantee you those knives will be worth more than you can buy them for. I think Blade HQ used to have a few, but I think people have realized if this is going to be a 1 year and done knife, that they're going to go up in value. I agree, dude. I agree. I'm not trying to make you've said all this stuff eloquently live, and again, you're a very informed debater. And it's okay when you inject your hate because it comes through as part of your debate. So when I say choose debate and hate, that's me asking you to put things in different envelopes where you're like, no, I'm going to roll this shit together. Shane had something clandestine going on tonight because he wasn't very specific. Because he asked me, he said, hey, man, I haven't something. I was like, dude, jump on the stream. There's a chance you'll be able to ask yourself. He's like, I'm going to be. And then he got real quiet. And Shane really gets quiet. So I don't know. Maybe it was something sad. Ads, Kyle, then it's working. Is anyone else getting ads? I'm going to turn it off now for Kyle. I've got to go to this other page. Hold on. I can't believe I can create little scripts like that using AI. It is now manual for everyone, including ads. So I've got to do a trial since we know Kyle is open to ads. So he's been identified. That means a targeting system thinks Kyle's worth delivering an ad for, because at some point he clicks on ads or he wouldn't get them. So I'm going to send him one. Cool. You should get an ad now like everybody else. Everyone that's gotten an ad here before should get an ad. Close it out. You should not get any automated ads in the stream. What you will get, because I get them all the time, is an automated ad in the comments section where the comments will disappear, especially if you're on a phone, and you'll have an ad show up there telling you something for 5 or 10 seconds before you have to X out of it. If you don't X out of it or you click on it early, you'll get redirected to another web page. YouTube is a media company, I guess. In some ways, they call themselves a search engine, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I predict that within 5 years, you will not find a human knife reviewer. That your knife reviews are going to be AI. And if you want to talk about shilling like a villain, because what people don't realize, I read about this independently because it used to be my job, and it's something that I'm kind of interested in now, is how to get yourself seen on YouTube. You know, you hear about titles, you hear about content, you hear about thumbnails. There's more to it than that. It's simple. If you can get in the algorithm, if you can get impressions, is the name of the game. If you can get your thumbnail shown to enough people, you're going to go viral or you're going to get more views. Now, you can boost your post. I, as a creator, can spend $10. I don't know how many extra impressions that'll get me. I'm guessing 30 or 40,000 impressions. So when I went live with my video, which I do, I'm usually at 2 p.m., I could add a whole bunch of people to that. But I've always wanted to do everything 100% organic because it's a hobby for me. But I think when it comes to sensitive information, when it comes to where this is going down the road, when AI starts doing everything, YouTube or any platform like YouTube can determine what content gets consumed because they're delivering it to you as an experience. They're delivering it to you on the homepage. Some people search, like I do, how to take apart this knife. I'll search for that and I'll find it. It works great. But most people are scrolling to find something that they like because YouTube knows the type of content you respond to. Very smart software. And with AI starting to meld in, it's going to get weirder and weirder. But I do think that I know it's not just me because I'm in a couple of groups, actually one, but they're plugged into a lot of big creators, and everyone's seen their views go down, and they've seen their number of impressions go down. So YouTube is doing things differently. Which is good. It just means that you've got to stay on top of that if you want to grow. I'm not growing like I used to, which is fine because I was surprised that I was growing at all. I'm not in there to grow, but you can tweak a few things, like for me, add more shorts, which I refuse to do. I am letting my AI platform make shorts and throw them out there, and they're getting 1,000 views too, that they run for almost a minute. So I guess that's a good thing. But it's a game, you know, it's a dance. And what's scary about it is if you want to talk about information like political information or things like that, they can serve only information that you are going to react to negatively and drive you crazy if they wanted to.
What's up, Hellcat? What's up, Javon?
What's going on, Bugsy?
Hey man, I took my truck in today to get serviced, and I was talking to the guy. I handed him my keys, and I have a little man bug on there.
Right?
And he was like, "Oh man, nice Spyderco," and I was like, "Oh," like he noticed the Spyderco right away, you know. And I was like, "Oh, what's up?" And he was like, "Hey man, what's going on?" And I was like, "You into knives?" He's like, "Yeah. I collect them, and I help my buddy set up his store in Flemington, which is 20 minutes from me.
Really?
So apparently, there's a new knife store to go check out for me." But I was telling him, I was like, I'll probably on a live tonight on my buddy Javon's channel. And he was like, "Oh wait," and he was like, I think I have that. He's one of your subs.
Oh, cool, dude. I meet people at the knife store that I do part-time at every day that have watched videos. Because I did a video, the video that has the most views I've ever gotten was a knife store tour where I toured their store, just walked through and showed people. And it's got like 88,000 views. And people come, I had a couple come in from 2.5 hours away when I was working last week, like Tuesday, because of that video. Because it's a special store if you're into knives.
Yeah.
98% of the people that I see, probably 99, that come in every day, that keep that store open, that buy a ton of knives, aren't like us. They're not enthusiasts. They're collectors. The case guys are different than anything. Some of you guys, like I think Ryan, being a William Henry guy and being a sports memorabilia collector, he understands the mentality more than I do. People that come in and buy cases to put in their safe instead of going and buying stock. That's literally what they're doing.
Yeah.
The guy that sold us those 27 Randall knives, who'd been collecting them for the last 30 years, that was probably a retirement wage. I don't know what would have told him 30 years ago that that's good to put money into if you're not going to use them, if you like to have them. They're going to only be, it's hard to say because John has a knife that's English. It's an English knife from 1914. It's worth $150 and it's in great condition. You can buy it for $150. If it was a case, it would be $1,850 probably to be that old,
Yeah, it says something special about a company that knows how to hit a market, a collector's market, not only as a tool, but like a Spyderco kind of does that too. They've got a little bit of a niche where they have like
They're clubs.
Strictly collectors that invest.
And they do sprint runs. They do a lot of things that they get it. A lot of companies are opposed to it because they think it drives the prices up on the secondary and makes it harder for people to get knives. It's weird how it's perceived by a lot of people to be different.
I would find that to be true with Spyderco if they didn't mass produce so much. There's so much there's only a few knives that if you really wanted to and you had the money, you can't really just get your hands on easily from Spyderco.
Right. From Spyderco, you're right. And I told Ryan that I didn't think a company could do things to make themselves more a collectible type company. I think that's something that whatever the culture adopts and makes that happen. And Ryan pointed to some cases in the sports, especially the sports cards, where oversupply killed some cards. But then we talked about, but the rookie cards still exist from those makers that you're talking about. He's like, you're right. So those are some of the highest price cards, even though they killed it by overproducing. So,
my son's been oddly enough getting me into like Pokemon cards for him and trying to study, like put the cards aside, but study how the business does business is pretty impressive. They're pretty slick.
They're very, and you're exactly right. That's a great. I'm sure the audience doesn't care, but I find it fascinating because you're right. It's very intricately done, and they have a system of checks and balances that also, if they run it right, it controls how the trading is going to go forward. They can move markets depending on how they set their platform up.
they've designed an entire company based off of little pieces of cardboard that people will literally go to war for.
It's
It's
crazy. I mean, the
and
values are off the chain.
yeah, and they do it over and over and over and over again. They have releases for these things like every couple months. And no matter what it is, people are chomping at the bit for it.
So they know that they're going to sell out every time they decide to drop
Yeah.
something. They know it's going to be an instant sellout. So then it becomes, like you're saying, how to micromanage the most short-term and long-term revenue from
Right. You
these
have to be you
things.
have to be careful not to overstep yourself, but at the same time, like there's definitely something to be learned, like for all business based on what they do, because they touch on so many different like because not only is there collectors, it's a playable game too. So there's
Sure.
also players. So they have a really interesting aspect of business that they have to juggle. You know, I mean, it's easier for them, I guess, because their product sells immediately.
Well, the
So they could,
gaming part throws in a whole nother thing that I wasn't thinking about, the fairness and what they're able to produce based on the power it has in the game.
right, because it's not just an art card. There's also like abilities and all these different things. And there's people that are really, really into this stuff, and they hold you to account. Like, it's kind of like knife guys, you know. Like if there's a company messing up, they're gonna hold you to
They're going to
account.
hold you to
And
it.
it's
That's
only the
good.
guys that really know, though. You know, like how long would Bark River have gotten away with that stuff if not for aficionados or experts in the hobby, not necessarily like makers. Other makers don't give a crap.
Because part of their business plan, I don't know if it was just one guy, like my social experiment. I know there's one guy that watches Google reviews, but there was one guy, I think his name's Mike, would shut down reviewers from what I know, 5 years ago. Erica had some MagnaCut that kept rusting and would reach out to him. And the stories that she got from him about the MagnaCut being bad or this, that, and the other, where they were probably not using MagnaCut. You know, they're just being, but they're going to be, you're going to have that type of person, but it's rare, I think.
Yeah, it's totally rare, and it's rare. Some people like, can you imagine giving a knife to Laren? You know, like he knows a lot. You know, you're not gonna get anything by him. That thing better be what you say it is. You know, like
Correct.
that's kind of how it is in these other hobbies too. Like even with the shrimp, not to keep going off of knives, but like you know, even with the shrimp and fish, like you better have that lineage right if you're talking to a specific customer.
Yeah,
You
because you were
know, like
talking about the one and done scammers who'll have very weak stock that's not even going to
yeah,
make it, but they're just looking for that quick buck and they're going to duck out or change their name.
yeah. And another thing too is a lot of people like will look for people in their area because the water is similar. You know, like so something even as simple as that. Like when they ask you for your water parameters, like you better not be messing around because they're gonna go and test that. You know, like when you give them a bag of shrimp, they're gonna test that, make sure that those parameters match. So they're not just, you know,
Well, someone like you hopes that they keep those standards up so that you can stand behind what you're spending time on and know you're fine.
right. But
You know,
that's
the only
somebody
people that are going to
that's
be nervous are the
yeah,
people that are crooks, but they'll find a way to e- exist as long as they can, and will eventually
yeah.
come back to get them.
Either crooks or people that just like the fake it till you make it crowd. You know, like that crowd is being exposed really hardcore in this in
And they
this
should be,
generation.
and there should be
Yeah.
no, you know, there. I think we all there's a degree of fake it to make it. So I don't expect anybody to know everything. You're going to learn from mistakes if you start a knife company. But at any point to let your moral compass get so turned around to where you'll defraud people. I mean,
Yeah, there's definitely a
that's
point where integrity is either there or it's not, and you can't get it back. You know, like
yeah, and I still wrestle with. I want to give the employees a pass because I don't know. I would like to think I'd follow my moral compass, and I'm older, so I could do something different than a whole workforce, and I could be the wrong one. You know, because I don't know what they have in their immediate travel area. Whether if you've got small kids and you live in a small community in Michigan or wherever, you might not have a lot of options.
I mean, in America, we have so many options. It's insane.
I agree, but I don't think everyone will look at their chances and try to find and reinvent themselves.
Gary?
What's up, Gary? Can you hear us?
Yep.
Good, good, good.
Hey, I didn't lose audio.
You didn't lose all, not yet. You don't jinx it. That should never happen, Bugsy. By the way, I've never.
Probably has something to do with I'm on my phone or something.
Hey, Gary, I don't know if you saw my message last night, but thank you. They came.
Good.
I carried this afternoon and I showed it to the guy I work for part time. And he was like, "Oh, it's the first one you showed me where the pocket clip doesn't hurt my thumb." I said, "Asshole, I put that pocket clip on because I want it to ride a certain height. You just don't use your thumb right." He and I totally carry knives differently. So, but he was really impressed with it.
Oh,
It's
good.
super sharp.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a great
Sounds
size too. And I've got a cool way to carry it. But it's good to see you, man. Hope you've had a good week and you're winding down, but your real job getting ready to start, isn't it? It's a big week for you.
Busy. We have a Easter egg hunt tomorrow.
So do you have stuff tonight or is it mainly all Sunday?
Well, we had a service this afternoon.
Okay.
It was a community service. Tomorrow's an Easter egg hunt and then Sunday's Easter.
What denomination are you, Gary?
Nazarene. Church of Nazarene.
Awesome. Kevin Smith.
Is that a King James Bible or is it Schofield Bible?
It would be more of an NIV Bible.
Okay.
For those, or a New Revised Standard, perhaps.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you, buddy. I know that drives everybody crazy, but when somebody throws a green up, I always want to give them a man hug. And that's terrible because I've got S. Sire and I've got Kathleen Smith. So it's just a sibling hug. And I've learned that if I play the whole thing out, I'll get a copyright strike. Have you been working on your drops? You got some good ones. I love it.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
No, I got
I was like, I want to get like a soundboard, man, because I have so many clips that run through my head.
Well, StreamYard, which they just started, somebody bought StreamYard. I haven't seen it publicly, but I get updates every time I log on. There are now sounds on StreamYard. So if I go to my media center and I don't pay for the top version, I pay for the mid tier, the $60 a month, but I've got, and it's always going to be, that's a gun. I don't know why it's quieter, but I'm assuming that from the audience, they can hear it.
Yeah.
Probably better than my other drops. So they've started to, put some in, but if you want something weird, I got weird.
I want stuff from like Joe Dirt, all kinds of stuff.
Well, then, and now, I don't know if it's YouTube. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have that delay again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I really had to do a little bit of wrangling to make mine work. So, like, I had to get a virtual audio cable and go through it. Well, so I can mix anything I want on my stream, and not have to rely on, the browser to bring it in or to do all that. So I'm doing it, I won't say in a professional way, but a certainly more complicated way.
I will say it. Gary is much more professional. Gary has a podcast, which is just broadcasting, but a level, and I worked in that field in terms of the ad placement, targeting side, analytics side for years, but I don't have the technical production knowledge that someone like you has. So you do more of a professional production, I would think.
They've made it so much easier now, though. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna go out and come back in. My audio is playing super delay.
Hey,
Super
all right,
fancy
buddy, we're
delay.
here.
I'll be back. All right.
Yeah, so I get straight canceled audio. He gets a delay. Yeah, yeah, there it is.
Well, one thing I've learned is I think I need to learn because there are plenty of videos, OBS. And that's not the end all. You have to still have a way to broadcast out. But to know the things that Gary knows makes it easier. If something goes wrong to me, I'm totally dependent on StreamYard.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to learn. I got a couple of friends that do like a fishing podcast or like a live talk with different fishermen, and he's a Marine, and he takes on a lot of like first responder guys that want to do charities, and such a good dude. I'd like to have him on because he's a different angle of like knife user. He's just like a fisherman, kind of at home kind of guy, but you know,
Well, you're
Marine, and
rare
he
that
knows
you're
what
a
it's all about.
collector who also hangs off of towers and uses stuff every day.
Yeah.
But like I told you, anytime you want to spend time, if you want to use StreamYard, I think if you're more creative, StreamYard is going to hold you back.
Yeah, I kind of want to learn from him. Like, I think he uses like 3 different programs, like to do different styles of whether he's out fishing or he's at home or, so I kind of want to
Yeah,
figure
in
that out
real
too.
life or IRL is a totally different. I don't think it has to be because I've streamed from my iPhone through YouTube Studio and even through StreamYard from the store, and it's worked. What I don't know is how to send it to other destinations, but I refuse every time I go from YouTube Professional because I've got plenty of followers. But when I go from YouTube Standard to YouTube Professional, I immediately get flagged. I think I've told that story.
Huh.
10 posts will be flagged for AI for weapons content. I'll go delete them. I'll have all green checks in my reach, my ability to reach new people. Because what happens is you get a note, only people that follow your account will be able to see your post because you've been limited because of your not following terms and service. So 5 minutes will go by. I'll go back because it takes a while to get there, and I'll check and I'll have the next 10 posts. They're random. They're not just one kind of post that's attracting attention. I'm taking pictures of knives sitting still, not doing anything. So I go back to a personal account. I'm good. But with a professional account, I could stream this, and I didn't set up a Rumble. Sorry, Rumble. That's the second time. I didn't do it Tuesday either. Usually I set up a Rumble stream. So when I go live, it goes live on Rumble and it goes live here. When I had my Instagram, I did it just for a test one night, set it to professional. I can go live on Instagram. If I would pay Twitter $8, which I never will do, ever, I could go live on Twitter. So the goal is to bring more people in, but Twitter, I know this for a fact, they count anytime somebody scrolls past you, that's a view. So your views will continue. Your audience, if you look at it that way, will grow throughout the night, which never happens.
Yeah, as long as you actually pop up in their algorithm on their main page as they scroll by.
I'd like for more people to see it. And I don't send it to Facebook because I've kind of jumped away from Facebook. No real reason. It's the same reason I don't go get my own comments. I won't read comments on any of my videos. Not because I don't want to see what somebody bad says. It's just that I don't have the bandwidth. I just don't. I don't have the bandwidth to go look at all those contents. When you do as many shorts, you get so much just stuff that kind of requires an answer, but luckily somebody in the comments will answer it for them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are starting to realize that Facebook is nothing but like a collection device. Like it just collects all your data. It doesn't, I mean, you could save like photos on there maybe,
I don't know how easy it is to get them back. It was easy. I've deactivated twice. And I went away.
One of the interesting things that happened.
You were able to, when you came back, did it make it so
That was normal. It was like I never went away.
Oh, you can still access all the stuff that was on there before.
Absolutely. There's a switch. I can show you how to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gary. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
No, that's okay. It's just the delay makes it weird.
Oh no, I can't hear Gary.
Back in the day, actually, I'm going to try something, and then I'll talk about back in the day. I'm going to go out and then just come in with one camera.
You sound good. I mean, I can see and hear you good, but
you can hear me good now.
I can't hear him. I'll be back.
But yeah, look, I know Bugsy's
okay.
going to jump out because he's not hearing you, but the audience is. But if you're hearing weird, jump out, and it could be just bandwidth.
I'm hearing just fine. It's a delay, I think, that just messes with the flow. But back in the day, everything was Blade forums, and there were these long-running threads, and you could always get back to a topic or whatever. And then, then the knife conversation moved on to Facebook, and I would say still that dominates kind of the knife conversations.
But don't they happen in individual groups? So if you've got a Strider
happening
group,
groups,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. Different groups, and there's a couple of more main groups. But the problem is, these conversations happen, and then they disappear. Like they're gone. So, and sometimes you want to go back and reference them. Threads in some of those forum posts run year after year after year. So, so Facebook is kind of the primary conversation, I think, a lot of times, but it's not a great platform in terms of making things disappear and information and stuff like that.
But I think I can see your point that it's very much needed to generate a fan base. Because, for example, the place I work, they don't even have a website. And he's got a very active, over 3,800 subscribers or followers to his Facebook group. And he'll post when they get case knives in, and they won't make it to the shelves because enough people call that want to buy them from him. So I know it's very popular. I just don't get on there because my algorithm, I'm a scroller, and I just would get shit that I didn't need to see. And it made me dislike people that I didn't need to dislike because they're welcome to post whatever they want. And I shouldn't agree with it. I mean, that's my tagline, for God's sakes. But I think we're all susceptible to it. If somebody says something just totally stupid that you don't agree with, it's like hard to go back and... For me, it is. That's true. And the platform has to embrace it. And I think most platforms don't like knives.
Damn it.
You can find old posts, but you got to know you're looking for them. But with a forum, if that thread rises to the top because people are commenting on it, you're going to find it.
Right.
If you comment on an old thread on a Facebook group, it's not going to rise to the top. So you're just going to be commenting on an old thread.
But they're not getting any training.
The other thing the other thing that I think is dangerous, especially for like a store or retail or a company or whoever, is you have to have your own website.
You have to have your own what? You broke up that one place.
And I know churches that do this. I know many knife makers that do this and kind of Instagram and Facebook. But you need a website because, like YouTube or especially Instagram. Instagram just basically tanked for knives because they're pulling them down all the time. So you need that central place where people can go and find you on your website.
I agree. And I'm kind of in an interesting place where this young guy's in the next 5 years will take over Knives and More. And part of him wants to do a website, but he came from a business that was primarily online. And I don't think he or a group of people that they're not willing to pay that it would take to operate a real-time inventory system with what they're dealing with. That's a full-time job for somebody. And I think most of these older stores are not willing to, they don't know what it takes. because the last thing you want is a user to come to your site and inquire about something or try to buy it and not be able to have a bad experience, because then they'll go away forever.
I think websites are going to become pretty much essential.
Oh, I think
But-
so. And you can make one very easily
Yeah.
with basic information.
Then again, if everything
And
goes
cheap.
well,
Right. But a retailer like Blade HQ, or if Knives and More were to come up, do you have any issues with your credit card processor? You use Shop, right, Gary? Or
Stripe.
Stripe? Okay.
I use Stripe. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just would think as many different knives as they try to carry, from Cobra Tech to all their ProTech, all their Benchmade, it would be a full-time. I would not do it for any less than, you have to pay somebody, 40 to 100 grand a year to run a website like Blade HQ, which is what you're competing with. I mean, yes, everyone as a maker, you need to be able to tell people you can go look at my stuff here. But if you want it to be from a retailer standpoint to compete with a Smoky Mountain Knife Works, a Blade HQ, because that's what the algorithm Google is going to take people to. For example, Knife Works, I think that's what they're called in Louisiana, is not the same animal. They're investing to get their products, but they don't run it like an online store. And that's what I like about DLT and River's Edge Cutlery. They're still small enough. If you call, someone answers the phone. Blade HQ and Knife Center have moved beyond that for a user. I don't know. It's a tough, if you haven't done it in 20 years and they've been able to keep the level of success through their Facebook group, which are people flipping cases, which I found out is probably most of their business. I don't see what they would gain, because I think their margins are so slim anyway that they're not going to be able to recoup what they're paying the person that it's going to take to facilitate that. And they get enough walk-in traffic. So I don't know. It needs to be there, but does it need to be a selling machine? I don't know.
yeah, it's the market's
Well,
funny.
I think
pretty
in the
much
case
everywhere.
of a
Sorry, guy.
No, go ahead, buddy.
yeah, I think with a no, that's all right. It's my delay. It's crazy.
No, you're fine. I was talking to you.
I think with a store like that, I think they would benefit. I think they would benefit from it, not for putting on like bug outs and the standard microtechs and all this kind of thing, but for the special stuff or the used stuff or the stuff that would take longer to sell in the store. Just put that on
Absolutely.
there
Like the
and manage
Randall
that
collection.
inventory.
See,
Um,
you're exactly right.
not have
you're
the
exactly
entire
right.
stock.
Do you think that the shipping is just going to get out of
like
hand,
that.
though?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I ship every week, and I do first class everything, and it's about $12 for a folder or a fixed blade. Now I'm not shipping big knives. I don't use UPS, which is cheaper. I should, but I'm lazy.
So I ship. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. I ship obviously a lot, and a Folklore in the U.S. costs me $6 to $8 to send, which is a bigger knife. And a Mako $5 to $6. So, for instance, that package that I sent to you, let me see if I can find it. I'll tell you exactly. But it was probably like $6 to get to you. Alabama takes a long time to get to.
But that's
I
a great
actually dropped
rate.
that off
What
last
service
Friday.
are you using? Are you just going straight through UPS or your providers?
ShipStation.
Okay.
No.
I recommend anyone who ships a lot to find a company like ShipStation or Pirate Ship. Your insurance claims will go much smoother. Should you, heaven forbid, ever have one.
Yeah, I was
I don't
suggested
put
that
insurance on anything I ship.
for the
That's
shrimp.
smart. It makes it less theft worthy. Sorry, Bugsy. I keep jumping on you. What were you saying?
No,
buddy?
no, it's all good. I can't tell if like my timing's off or what.
No, I just talk over people. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible guy you know.
No, it's hard, man. It is. And you know what else I find a little bit difficult is like remembering what I was gonna say while I wait for the timing.
Because usually you're responding to chat and it needs to be, yeah, it's tough. I enjoy it.
Yeah,
I
no,
like it
it's
much
just
better
something
when
for
you
me
guys
to
are
work on.
here than when I'm just spitballing for hours. You know, Ed Anderson and I were live for 10 and a half hours. And then like 4 weeks later, we were live for 11 hours. When I went off stream, it was like 8 a.m. Central Time, and there were 32 people in the room.
You find
There's some
anything else
late
cool
night
about
people.
the Octopus Sierra?
There are late night people out there. And for some reason, one of our streams, one of our Tuesday nights, got off the chain viewership outside of my normal viewership. Because I usually get between right around 300. This last Tuesday night, I'm under 300, but it'll probably get there. But we had one night, and I think I know what night it is. See, I can go back and watch any of my content, but I won't do it because I mortify myself just in general. It's low self-esteem, and I just don't want to amplify it with YouTube. That'd be fucking crazy. But Tuesday, about 3 weeks ago, which was it? Okay, I'm in the wrong section. That sucks. Anyway, we had one Insomniac spin that went off the chain and got like 560 views. And I don't remember what we were talking about, but if I was smart, like if I was a guy that was in it for YouTube, I would only do collections of fixed blade knives because that's where I get all my views. But that's not what I do. I review knives. So I feel like I just need to have a knife to show.
Yeah, I think you should let it ebb and flow. I think the natural flow is better than anything else. You know, like I was thinking about doing reviews on things. I did one little silly review kind of on Shane's knife, just to thank him basically for sending it to me. And I don't find it like I don't want to sit down and have all this paperwork ahead of time. Like this is how much it weighs, this is how long it is. Da, 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 da. I feel better just doing something live, not even editing it. You know, like I feel like it just comes out better.
I don't, and the other thing I've quit watching other creators, which is probably wrong because I don't want to be polluted by what they say. But the best investment for me was a $8 Amazon scale that I put my sticker on so I can weigh shit. I can get I'll take like the designer information. I always want to know who designed the knife and what their inspiration was. So I'll write that down on a little piece of paper, but I have no notes. I do no editing. And it's obvious I don't go back and watch my shit, but it's only when someone DMs me, and I'm not going to call her out, but there's a young lady in this stream who's called my attention to things where I was way out of line. And I think it's changed my behavior. Tuesday night, 3 weeks ago, we got 573 views. And then 2 weeks ago, we got 499. And most of mine are much under that. I don't like.
How much was that big one again?
573 3 weeks ago.
Oh, so okay. Wasn't like 50,000.
No, it wasn't. It was live. So it's not getting live streams. YouTube doesn't put the same weight on live streams. And what I found, and it's going to change, but I think the way that a lot of these viewers get views, and there's nothing wrong with this, I just don't do it, is you boost your post. You pay $5 or $10 every time you launch a video to get those extra impressions so that YouTube targets people who are into knives and EDC and gives them an opportunity to click on your video. That's well within the rules of getting more reach. I just don't want to get in and deal with that because I dealt with it in my career. I know I've got a high CPM that I get paid on, but I don't know what my push CPM would be. But usually for $10, I should probably get 30,000 impressions, I would say. 30,000 extra opportunities for somebody to click. But I don't do any of that. So the way YouTube rates it is in the first 45 minutes is critical to when you launch a video. So a lot of what I try to strategize is when is my audience online? and it shows between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's when I release them. And if they get a lot of views or they get liked or hyped, YouTube then takes them to the next level where I've had views go from like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I might have 100 views. And then by that night, it's at 1,000. And I've had 3 videos do it that pick up 1,000 to 1,500 every day. And YouTube, I'm convinced if they kept them in whatever level of viewership they put them on, it would continue to get those views. But it only happens for about 2 weeks, and then it dies down to get regular views. But it's you know, there are a lot of different ways to do it, and I'm probably not doing it right because I just do it as a hobby. I just record them and put them up there. I thought about making my live streams members only content, but then I feel like that's crazy. I mean, it's not great content for the members because most of them are here, and I don't want to, you know, if somebody wants to look at my stream, the reason a lot of people do that is as YouTube cracks down, I've not had to deal with a channel strike or have my channel pulled. But a lot of these people in other industries that are having bad problems with YouTube taking their channels down, they're videos that were recorded 2 or 3 years ago. So as AI keeps getting implemented in different careers, YouTube's implementing it real heavily. So if I've got all my videos public, which I do, that gives them a plethora of shit to go through with their scanners and find something that I did wrong. So it's kind of a catch-22, and I don't really look at it that way, but I think about it. You know, I think about if I wanted this to just be my main source of income, I would do it totally different.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely you'll get what you want out of it. You know, if you want something, you got to find out the right ways to do it. And
I'm
you
close
know, the problem is they can change it at any time.
That's right, but the information's out there. So if I was more plugged in to what they were doing, I could be aware of those changes and stay ahead of them. Do you ever watch Miguel EDC?
No.
I don't either, but he's in our YouTube group. Super nice Hispanic guy. Lost his job about the time I did, maybe a year after I did. And he dove in heavy with YouTube. He's now at over 100,000 subscribers. It's been the best movie he's ever had in his life. His affiliate income is through the roof.
Awesome.
You know, each of his videos are getting between 6,000 and 8,000 views. And he's putting out quality table down content, nothing fancy, but something that he's doing really right. And he's very open to share. He shared a lot of stuff with me, like the little script that I use with ChatGPT and this other free program I use to analyze my transcript and then make a title. Because that title is everything. I didn't know that. I used to put, you know, whatever the knife was, Hinder XM18. And then that's how I would find content. But I'm rare. Most people are looking for that. He does great stuff. Yeah, and he uses a aggregator, which I could use, where he creates a piece of content and then it goes to work and farms out that one piece of content to make it applicable for all these different platforms. And he's on TikTok, which I refuse to sign their terms of service. I haven't seen if it changed much. I'm sure it did, but I don't have the mental capacity to do another social network. I'm just not going there.
Like I was worried. I did a couple little videos for my son wanted to rip Pokemon packs because he sees that on, you know, the little YouTube channels that people have. We got some of his little friends that have their own little channels, so he wanted to do them. And like I'm worried about even like putting the word Pokemon in like the title. You know, like I don't know if I'm gonna get sued for that. You know, like I don't know
You
enough.
can use that.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I just wouldn't know enough. You know, something silly like that.
Anything you can do like that is fine. Go ahead,
I
Gary.
have thought about one of the directions. You know, you should really start new channels for these new ideas. But one of the ideas I had would be, but I would want to use the channel I have because I already have a little bit of a base, is to just review knife reviews. Because I got lots to say about reviews.
Let me tell you something. Commentary channels, which is what nobody does in the knife community, but in the law community, it's really big. There's a guy named Nick Rekieta who made millions of dollars a year during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. He would just stream for however long they were publicizing it and he would break it down for humans, he would have 80,000 viewers at a time. So if you just spent your time, you're not going to get that kind of viewers, but you could make a channel and just critique where a knife reviewer stepped on their proverbial slang, and you could just keep them all. It would be great content. You would do very well. Now, you would get a lot of hate slung your way because these guys are very territorial. I get it all the time. They're my friends, and I pick on them, and I get grief.
I don't pick on them. I just when they, and it may not even be wrong. Like there might not be anything wrong, but but there's certain guys that I would like probably be a little more aggressive, like that CBR guy.
Did I tell you that the knife store I work at, he spent 6 hours in there one Saturday before I ever worked there and didn't buy a thing? Well, he did finally buy a knife, but he made the young guy almost quit because he made him feel like he knew nothing about knives. He would get the guy to tell him a pitch about the Benchmade, and then he'd say what he knew about it. He's an asshole. If he ever comes in, I've already told the guy that works there, if he ever comes in while I'm there, he will not be there for more than 15 minutes. I guarantee it. And he won't buy a knife. Because he comes into Huntsville twice a year for his job, and I don't need his business. I don't make those decisions, but I will take my years of managing much more valuable contracts and say, I don't want to do business with that dude. Not worth it. Get out of my store.
There's a couple things that especially frustrate me about his approach. The one is, the accent and the voice does not help. But beyond that, there's this air of I'm the only one telling the truth on these things.
Everyone else is lying to you.
Everyone else trying to trick you. They're all paid off by the big knife Gestapo, and you can't believe anybody. And now, in fairness to that conversation, there are a number of reviewers out there that are sort of just, paid to say whatever, and that's exactly what they do.
Melissa Backwoods is very open about that. That's how because she comes from the entertainment background, that's how she markets her. If you want to utilize me, it's this much per hour, blah, blah.
In fact, I contacted her. It's transactional, and actually she said she was booked for last year.
But the best value in the game, regardless of what she costs.
It's expensive.
But
thousands.
You're reaching millions of people, and they love her. So if you can pick up 500,000 fans.
Worth the cost of the investment. So, but it would be interesting just to review like his review. I don't know how you recover from testing all these knives with an inferior tester that gives you bad results, and now you got a good tester, so we'll forget about that other thing. And,
forget about the company.
No, buddy. What I know is no, you can't undo that. And if you're willing to make that kind of oversight, that just speaks to how little you actually know about this.
He knows what generates clicks.
Like I knew that tester. Yeah.
Was for bigger.
But, I mean, he's not an
metal, right? You have to have a
person.
larger piece of metal to make that work than a knife blade, right? Isn't that one of the main?
Even then.
It's just, one thing I'll give him credit for.
It's something where to test the. Go ahead.
You broke up. I quit talking, and maybe that was me that made you break up. Finish your thought.
Okay. So those that tester's made to test something very large that you could not put under a regular tester, and of course, it is the world's cheapest version of it.
Right, like under $300.
So, terrible.
The one thing I've never watched his content, but I've seen him say a bunch about a knife like the Ramlock Mini MSI, and then he evidently is very active in his comments. I've heard about him being very active in his comments, but he came back. I guess he got so much grief about something he said about the Ramlock that he made a retraction video. Which anytime somebody does that, I think, A, you shouldn't have to do that if you did your homework up front, if you weren't just a click farmer, but you are. But the fact that he took the time to do it when a lot of them won't, you know.
One of the things, with him is he's just very quick to jump to a negative conclusion and go with it.
Right,
And
'cause it
it's
sells.
like trying to find things wrong with a knife or something like that. And so,
Absolutely. That
yeah, like for instance, Gideon's Tactical. Like I can't get that guy to talk to me. I've tried to contact him several times. A lot of times there's layers, so they may not actually be hearing it. I just got to go grab him by, the neck at
Okay, how
Blade and
come
say,
you can't
"Yo,
just get in touch with
I want to
Gideon?
talk to you." But anyway,
Does he have like a marketing team around him or something, do you think?
I don't know. Probably there's layers, and like sometimes they just don't see. And I haven't tried that hard, but I have
Right.
tried a couple times. But if I see him at Blade Show, like Outdoors 55, I saw him at Blade Show. I said, "Hey, you're Outdoors 55," and it's like, "Yeah." I gave him some of my emulsion to check out, and yeah. So we had some conversation. He liked it, but I don't
I
think he
would
liked
think
it
you
that
too.
much.
His sense of
Um,
humor. I spent a day with him at Blade Show and made, I thought, really good jokes. And he was getting them. He just responded to them totally differently. Y'all have very dry humor. I would think you guys would hit it off great because he's all about business and about real results of testing, the way he tests.
yeah. No, I like his stuff. He's just on the other side of the border from Pennsylvania. He used to live in Pennsylvania, so he's not super far from me. Compared
It's
to
not the
most
content that I
people in the
watch,
knife
but
world.
people who do, he's very well respected. People like that, I would say, get in tight with. And if you get in tight with Melissa, there's a
He's got
great,
a good viewership too.
absolutely. And Cedric and Ada, you're in with probably the best as far as what I
Yeah.
watch and respect. Now, did you tell me you worked some with Nick Stassa? Stassa 23?
Yeah. Early, I was with him early, and I don't know that he loved the knives he got from me because he never did a video on them. He had a Mako and a Minnow, but it was the Scandi Ground Magnum X. So yeah,
Nick is
hopefully.
a unique. I think he and some of the others get so much product because they open their gates to that influx of products that they can kind of cherry pick through. Which I think limits your ability to get connected to certain makers, which I guess if you're trying to be a master of all and be objective, it's best to just kind of stay on the fringe and let the products come in and speak to them.
He's
But I
been a
always
pretty
like the story behind why it's being made. To me, that's value to me that I can pay more for because I know what the mission of this maker is.
he's
If that makes
been
sense.
he's been I haven't watched the channel as closely, but he's been a lot of the next new Chinese model, and they just come out one after the other.
Well, and the one thing I was going to talk to Bugsy about, and Bugsy, I'll spend private time with you anytime. I would find a very comfortable posting schedule. Don't make yourself crazy like I did. A lot of companies, there are different ways if you look at it as a business to really monetize a YouTube channel. And if you do it right, you can monetize all areas of it. But affiliate links are a huge way. I know my buddy Bees Blades, if I'm not mistaken, his link sells more Kaisers than any other. He's like a chief marketer for the CCP, as far as I'm concerned. I kid him about that. He hates it.
Yeah, I think Bobtism was pointing it out that guy you were talking about before. He's just really good at like doing sales off of his affiliate links
and people who push their links, which I won't do. I have a little thing for those of you that want to help the channel and buy shit like you all do, and you want to use my links. I always give this up there at last 10 seconds. I don't even have it. I think I deleted it. You go hit the like button, and then I'll go away. That's all that StreamYard lets me do. And then where did I have it? I thought I had this is an important one. That will go on for perpetuity. and I need to make that to be clickable. That is now, Gary, I don't know if you were around when we lost Jason Brown. He's the guy who the light will die in a second, but he's over my left shoulder here. He was a great community member, the best of all of us. And right after Blade Show, about 2 weeks, he was big into taking pictures of street art in Nashville, where he lived with his wife and his then 6-year-old daughter, who he would leave live streams. He would be in every live stream almost, because that's when I used to attend a lot of them. But every night he'd leave to go read to his daughter to put her to sleep. Well, he got hit by a car, drunk driver, and killed. And it was just sudden. It kind of rocked us all because he's a 40s maybe. And so one of the things that Beard of Doom did, instead of, we did an auction for the family, for his wife and for his daughter, but he set up this Nora Brown college fund. I forget, it's a 529C. Is that what it is? You guess 529. But it's a thing. I don't know much about it, but if people want to ever donate to it, who knew Jason, that money is put in a fund that at 18, she can either use it to go to college or use it to open a garage. It's just to help her make choices that she might not have. So I like links like that. I don't know where my Beacons link thing went, because that's what I use for all my affiliate links, but I don't market them, is my point, where my squirrel brain went up that way. But there are a lot of ways to monetize a channel. I think if a maker doesn't get back to you right, or a content creator doesn't get back to you right away, I know a lot of them either don't manage their day well, or they're just more likely overwhelmed with stuff. And you've got to reach out a couple of times. I've done that as a reviewer to a couple of companies that I was very interested in. And I knew some of them said, I'm just not that interested. I don't need it. All my stuff sells right away. I get it totally. If you ever do, I'd love to have you as a guest to push your stuff, but you obviously don't need it. But a lot of times it'll be like 3 months later, I'll get a little note, follow up with this guy or gal, and I will. And they're like, man, I just saw this. I'm so glad you reached out to me. I'm rarely on Instagram, even though I post it as, it's just, they're so busy doing drops that they don't think about, reviewers. It doesn't really matter to me because everything I make, I'm selling instantly.
Yeah. I mean, there's just a fine balance. I think that like some people they just don't get involved in the community necessarily. Like a lot of, I'm not a maker, but I've talked to so many people. I'm kind of involved in like a groupie kind of way, like it's like and there's a lot of people
an enthusiast community that Shane and I were talking about this Edgy American yesterday with Ryan Ellis, that we're less than 1% of the knife buying population. I would almost bet. From the people I see that come in and spend a lot of money on knives that don't even know what an HRC means. They don't know the difference. Why is that Benchmade $350 and that one's $325? Well, this one's got crew wear and this one's got S30. And I'll tell them the property differences the best I know them, not like Benchmade puts them in their manual, because that's totally screwed. And they'll say, I want the S30 because it's less money. It's a no-brainer. I mean, they're going to open cat food or dog food or Amazon packages. They may skin a deer.
Yeah, I got friends of mine that do a lot of hunting, like all over the place. Do tons of, what do you call it? Taking a deer down and all the way apart. I forget what they call that. But he still uses crap knives. And I'm like, dude, just get a decent knife. You'll see a huge difference. Because he hands me these crap ass Walmart buck folding knives that are just beat to shit. And he expects me to sharpen them. Like, I can't even do it.
It's hard to get an edge back. But the funny thing is, Bugsy, those knives work. They serve a purpose.
No, but they really don't, though. He's over there struggling.
They're designed by, like other Chinese goods, to be a one and done or two and done.
I mean, yeah, but everything else he has, he's got the $800 bow and arrow, $1,000 arrows, and everything else.
He should be brought in.
Get a decent damn knife. Like I buy so many people knives because they just refuse to buy themselves a decent knife.
Do they seem to appreciate it, or do they seem to use it the same way they use an inferior knife?
they usually use it and destroy it or lose it, but I've had a couple people who actually like now they carry every day because they have something nice that they kind of cherish, but they also don't use it as much as they would have with something else.
True, Todd. And I do ask people if they get information from YouTube, and they do. And unfortunately, like I did when I was new, they're watching Cowboy at Smoky Mountain Knife Works. They're watching David C. Anderson at Knife Works. They haven't found small creators. And I know good friends of mine who say, I won't watch a creator once they top 1,000 subs because something changes. I've watched it happen. I mean, the people who I consider still good friends, but I just don't agree with how they run their channels, but it's not for me to decide. I'm just different.
That's not a lot of subs.
What's that, 1,000?
Yeah, I don't think people change at 1,000. I don't think people change at 5,000.
When people get monetized, I've seen people, I'm not going to name them because it'd be rude. I'll tell you backstage, but I've seen them, their voice changed. They went from a kind of a mild-mannered guy. They were able to reach out they went to Blade Show with a little clout and picked up some Chinese knives, and then they turned into, what's the guy, ShamWow? You remember ShamWow guy? The guy that was always on late at night going, Sham is the greatest thing ever. You can do it this. They sound like that before they make it ever to 1,500 subs.
Yeah.
And now they're at 60,000 subs, and they have 1,500 people in every one of their live streams because they're giving away a bunch of knives that a Chinese company sent them.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be confidence. Like now they've done it a few times, and now they have a little bit more confidence to actually like open up and be who they really are, or something maybe.
I
it's
knew
just
him
a
before. I think
scammy
it's
kind
a
of thing.
shill. Some of them get into it. The one I respect the most is Jared Neves because he always said, I hope to be able to turn this into my business. That's what I'm after. I want to be, and he reached his, I think millions what he's chasing, but he's done very well for himself. Turned his life around and created a good brand. I don't know if he'll be able to keep it a good brand. I hope so. I cheer for him.
Yeah, me too.
From the sidelines, I have to do it from the sidelines because he's no longer accessible. And that's why I was asking Gary the layers that he sees, because the layers I see from Jared are his own. I'm trying to think of a euphemistic way to spin it. I don't fucking think I can. It's like he puts the extra wall between there because it's almost like you're not you're no longer a bro, what I consider a bro. You're a transactional relationship that's about to occupy an hour of my time, and I'm going to get no financial return from you. That's the way I feel as a normal person who's not, I feel like I'm overly smart. I am, but I'm exceptionally smart, actually, if you look at my IQ. But that's the reality of it. I'm not transactionally beneficial to him.
Right. And I think I
He
have
still
a hard
loves
time
me. He
keeping up
just
with
can't
Jared.
spend time with me at a show because he's got more important things to do. And I respect that. The most successful people have to cut their time into those micro manageable moments.
Yeah, he definitely.
So what's your
is
IQ,
like
Jovan?
on the clock.
It's more than I'll weigh. And I've been tested 3 times starting when I was 10. It's only 140.
I'm 138. You got me by 2 points.
We're the same. We're the same age as far as I'm concerned. We have the same, but it's I don't think it's a benefit. I think it's almost like a deficiency. I almost wish I could not.
I had a behavioral problem when I was young. That's why they tested me.
But it's because we were bored by everything, Gary. And you can only if you follow some of there's a very small percentage of the population that you can communicate with on a level that you're comfortable communicating with over deep things, deep important things. And I guess I find where you found the positive. I see reasons why I was only married once for 20 years, but I can understand in hindsight why I was so hard. Even though I was a great dad, I felt like I was a good partner, but I was hard to get through to in a way, I think, because my emotional intelligence, I think the higher my IQ or where my IQ is here, my emotional intelligence is much lower. I trust too much. I open myself up to too much, which leads to things, in my opinion, where I've been burned. So therefore, I put up a false wall that hurts opportunities to have a healthy marriage, for example. I had a healthy marriage, but it just didn't work out. I was one of the 52% or however many it was.
I think it's hard, man. It's really hard to have two people. Basically, they have to agree. They got to agree
You have
to
to grow
fight
together.
for everything.
The key is communication and realizing that you're not going to be the same people that you were last year.
Yep.
You're going to grow into different areas, but you just got to communicate and solidify your intentions, your vows that I'm not mean but just make sure that you're on the same page. I didn't do that. I was just like, I'm doing my part. I'm providing, being a dad. There's so much more to it than that. Somebody like me who's looking at the black and white misses a lot of those things that would make me a much more well-rounded person, I think. I'm an odd individual. And the bad thing since I turned 50 is I'll tell people. And it shocks people. Do you think opening a switchblade in a bank will freak people out? Tell a 70-year-old dude who's been in business for 20 years that he is fundamentally flawed in his thinking. And I'm going to tell you why. And I want you to get a piece of paper because that's 4 bullet points. You don't have to read them all, but I want you to write them down. He didn't fire me. And they were probably only 2 of them were not throwaway worthy. But he doesn't ask me to do menial stuff as much because I can't help it. It's not because I want to come back and say, it's just I'm thinking of better ways to do things. The bad thing is I don't have the self-confidence because of imposter syndrome to take an idea, put an action plan together, follow an action plan, and develop it to fruition. It's just, and I've watched TED Talks about why people might be struggled, people that should succeed, they're positioned to succeed, but they do things. And it's all, part of me thinks we're in a simulation. I don't, but I think it's funny that a lot of people think we are. What did Elon Musk say? He thinks there's less than 1% chance that we're not in a simulation.
Yeah, I think it's like overanalyzed. But we know what is interesting though is have you seen those
simulation
guys?
means different things to different people. I didn't mean to cut you off, but simulation to Elon Musk is not what I think of as the Matrix. Didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead though.
No, it's cool. There's been a couple of guys out there that are taking like a laser and putting it through like a prism, shining it on the wall, and they can like see, like it looks like the Matrix, like letters and numbers and shit, like through the wall. Yeah, look that stuff up if you're interested in it. There's been all kinds of scientists that have these guys like flying to their lab to try to figure out what's going on. And
I would look that up, but I made the mistake in knowing how algorithms work. I made the mistake on clicking one night really late because I run weird hours. It was about one of the families. I don't know if it was the Rothschilds. It was one of these old families that were horrible people, and it talked about the thing. And I clicked on it, and now I'm inundated with that stuff. Like the Daisy Beebe family, the Swin bicycle family I'm served up with. I won't watch them because I know, A, they were shitty people. They fell out of it, and what am I going to gain from that? Nothing. But YouTube thinks I'm interested in it.
Yeah, it's going to serve you up all kinds of different stuff to see, what lands and what doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, it changes every day.
A little bit of a change of topic here, back to knives. As much as I love to suspend reality and think we may or may not be in a simulation, but knife steel. I'm working on that knife, the medium, But that's not the point. What the point is I had a bunch of 8670. It ended up being like 1/8 inch stock, and it's an interesting steel. It's lower on the edge holding scale. It's at the top of the toughness scale. It is not stainless. And what's steel has gotten so expensive, and I have to do a minimum of 200-300 blades when I make them, that having a bunch in a cheaper steel like that really makes the cost of doing the run a good bit lower.
Sure.
But then I have a bunch of blades in this cheap steel. But cheap steels, like take for instance 1095 and Tops or SE. What do they run that at? Like 58 or something? So what the run
On the high
1095 at?
level, on the high level, they'll run it at 58,
Yeah, who's to say even?
56,
Yeah,
57.
So like 1095 comes out of the quench at 65 or 67 Rockwell. So you're tempering either you're not hardening it to its full to its full hardness, like you're not getting a full conversion, or you are, and then you're tempering it way back. You're tempering it at like 500 degrees or something, 550 degrees, which would bring that hardness back down. And so, and 1095 is not a very tough steel. It's not tough at 65, and it's not tough at 58. It will roll rather than chip.
Which is
down
easier
that
to
low.
fix, right?
Well, it's fatigue steel. It can be. You can keep using it.
You'll
easier
fatigue it
in that
again, right? I know what you're saying as
context.
far as what
That's where the
carbon-
geometry comes in.
But, well, that's where a steel like at the same geometry at 62 Rockwell, 1095 will have better edge retention than 8670. However, 8670 could support geometry way thinner than 1095 could. So that's where you can start to get. So what I'm thinking about with this model is this idea of using a steel like 8670 and running it. I'm thinking I'm going to run it with 61 or 62 and put really good geometry on it. And it'll be super serviceable carbon steel blade, easy to sharpen, and making it a relatively for me, and I haven't figured out what inexpensive blade. Maybe, for a mid-sized knife, maybe 175 or something. See if I could get it somewhere in that range. With a steel, like one of my favorites is 52-100. For a blade like that would be good too. Higher toughness and better edge holding and higher toughness than. But again, they're all. It's like being the thinnest kid at fat camp with these carbon steels. None of them.
I've not heard of either one of those. It's fascinating it's fascinating that you know about those steels. I know it's your business, but to a consumer who's not swayed by what the material is, I've never heard of either of those. No one's ever shared the why I would want to look at that. Is it what brings your attention to it? Are you reading stuff like manuals that are showing where people are getting tests? What makes you get interested in a certain steel that somebody might have never heard of?
Material science in knife making, and in particular, I've just over the years studied each steel. I've read about it. Laren has articles on a lot of steels. So, I've read most of those articles. Like if I ask Laren a question and it's in an article, he gets mad at me.
But that's a relationship.
Did you read my article? Like I did.
What I was getting at with that, Gary, that's not only your mission statement and your niche from someone like me on the outside, but I wonder why other makers that seem to be going after the same thing aren't looking at those other things, right? Or I know Laren's not accessible to everyone, but that printed material or Laren's podcasts are. It seems like you're willing to take risk because maybe because of your knowledge, it's going to perform, or you've got the. Is it just you're willing to switch up and
Yeah, I
try that?
know. Yeah, I know it's gonna be. It's not gonna like crumble.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and start to say, okay, I have a sense of how this steel is probably going to perform.
Has there ever been a steel that you've had that really
And
surprises you one way or the other? Like, I thought this was going to be great and it's
so,
awful. Or like, I thought this was going to be awful and it's
oh,
great.
there you are.
There's a little, I think what's happening is we're getting a little buffering on somebody's side, but I think Gary's getting the questions. It's just taking a little time to get to him.
Yeah, I think he froze up there. There you go.
Yeah, mine froze up. I don't know what's going on. I don't know from my computer or my internet or my
Did you
family
hear
watching
Bugsy's
videos.
question?
I have enough band.
I think
I did
one
not,
thing
Bugsy. What was
might
your
have done
question?
is you might have in your settings, you might have hit one of your filters that when you get to a certain tone, it cuts it off and thinks it's background noise. Because you won't lose a whole sentence, but you might lose a couple of words because your inflection changes. And from my experience, that could just be in your settings. But Bugsy asked, has there ever been a steel that either exceeded your expectations or made you think, oh, that was a bad call, that it didn't perform once you put it into real world application to do what you thought it was going to do? Or has any ever exceeded what you thought it was going to do?
AEBL. No is the answer.
Okay.
Because I read so much about them that I had an expectation, and most of the time it was in that neighborhood. Not a dramatic departure from it. I'm just trying to. I wasn't thrilled with Rex 7. I ran some of that, but I didn't run it hard enough, so it's probably my fault. Yeah, I did tire of like Rex 121 because it's just not practical.
In terms of from a
it's a pretty fragile steel.
Right.
Just using, it rusts really easy and it's easy to chip.
Yeah, it sucks.
Just spec. Yeah.
And it goes
Spy
back
27. See, to me, Spy 27 is in the camp of S30V, S45VN, Spy 27, S45V. Yeah, they're all in that neighborhood. But I liked it. A lot
of people say
I've liked
the
it.
Spy 27 mule teams came out real nice.
I think what Gary does.
Yeah, I have a.
Go ahead, buddy. I was just going to say, I think you and that mule team kind of do the same thing from a big batch into a small batch. And I think you're able to kind of chase it more actively because you've got a really good connection that lives close to you that you can talk to, even though you upset him in most of your questions. But it's probably a good sounding board.
Well, oh yeah. If I have a hard question, I can get a response. And also some inside baseball stuff, like, one of the things that he let me know was LC200N. There's only one mill in the world that makes those ingots. So all the different renamed versions of it are all from the same ingot. Just several of them are rolled by Niagara. I had it's just stuff like that. So he's like, if it's that steel, it came from there. Like nobody else is making that particular steel. So I learned some of those kinds of things.
That's for
just
like
inside
space,
things that
they
help
use
me
that stuff
understand.
for.
I remember I asked him once.
Sorry, Gary, we're getting our timing all off again.
It's a lag issue that's probably on my problem. It's probably my broadcast.
It's the delay. Yeah,
But
they
Gary,
use that.
I was going to feed you Kathleen's question. I don't know if you can read it. And it's not a dumb question, Kathleen.
Steel.
Heat treat. Geometry.
Because other D2 is not D2.
Ding, 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 ding.
Especially from China. China D2 was probably 8 CR or less. So that's the one thing. Yeah, like regular. I
love it when a plan comes together.
Regular D2 is like it can be pretty good. But one of the things I've learned on the business side of the conversation rather than the performance side of the conversation is from a marketing perspective, China ruined D2. Yeah, they kind of ruined AEBL too. They ruined 14C28N.
Or do you think they made it more?
Yeah, so that's the challenge now, is that some of those steels have a marketing problem.
Well, I think with the Bark River situation and other situations that are starting to come to light, I think some of those steels may be reevaluated based on the person that's making the knife. And what I've talked to my buddy yesterday about was you can only be as good as your connections and your suppliers and the trust that you have built in with them. But this is not really a sidestep, but I don't know. Are you familiar with the Tuya Tool for Gents thing that blew up last week that's now turned kind of 180 degrees? Do you know who Tools for Gents is, Gary? They're an English retailer.
No.
One of the biggest ones. They're Blade HQ in England. And they came out with a recall on one of Tuya's knives. And Dave Warren and Tuya Europe went to Bowler and got more of the story, that it's not that it's not M390. It's not what they're currently making. It does have the same properties of steel they were making. Their M390 2 years ago. My question to you is, because I've seen the paperwork on different rooms or forums, is that even possible? If you're a company like Bowler, can you change your formula without notifying people that your formula for M390 is now different? I.e., where someone that's maybe not as astute could think it's not M390, that they tested it?
I wonder why they wouldn't just have called it something else. I mean, it's kind of,
it's still up in the air. Evidently, Tools for Gents put out a video yesterday. I don't follow them, and it's in German, so you have to translate it. But
I could do that.
Everything that I've seen, the comments on that video are in English. And a lot of people are calling out the guy from having kind of a similar history. And then the Tuya guy is in the comments with his receipts. And I don't know if his receipts are accurate, because Tools for Gents says this is more suspicion because they wouldn't change a formulation over the years. I don't know the answer to that. Do you understand my question, Gary?
Okay. I can. Yeah. A couple things. First, I'll answer Todd Carr before I get to that. He said Spy's great steel Magnacom came out. No, is that the one? Chinese. I thought there was a question there.
Yeah, he said Spy 27 is a great belt steel. No. And Todd said,
"Oh yeah, I did want to speak to that." So yeah, it did. Magna Cut absolutely kneecapped S45VN in terms of timing. And S45 is great. So S30V had good edge retention. And it was a pain to grind. S35 had was better to machine, but it didn't have as good edge retention. So it was really a step down in edge retention. And then S45VN kind of had the edge retention of S30 and the machinability of S35VN. So it was sort of and I think that was done in conjunction with Chris Reeve, because originally I think S30 was in the early days. So that's that. That was that question. As to the M390. Now, one of the things I've heard, I forget who I heard it from, so this could be hearsay, but apparently some companies, and I don't know if Bowler's one of them, will allow China to produce grades of steel, like they have a Chinese subsidiary, and they produce like an M390 domestically in China. Now, in terms of its composition varying one way or the other, or like M390 MK, for instance, they don't melt specific batches for Microtech. And when you melt a steel, there can be variation from melt to melt. If you look on a steel composition chart, you'll often see a range for carbon, a range for tungsten, a range for vanadium, a range for molybdenum, so on and so forth. And so they live within those ranges, and one batch might be a little more before is that these steels are predominantly made from recycled steel. So sometimes you can have a little bit of trace elements of what was in the
Gary froze
a little
up.
bit or give and take to it. Yep. Am I back?
You're back. You're back. And I know exactly where you're going with that. I don't think enough people know how much recycled steel is the basis for almost all of our steels.
You're back. You're kind of choppy.
Yes. So that's the story. Yeah, I wonder if there's something in my settings here on stream.
Check your echo, like try to turn off anything that's trying to muffle or cut out background noise, because you're not in a noisy environment.
Do you want me to back out and see if that straightens up? Like maybe it's trying to do too many things?
I don't think it'll do that, but you can jump out and come back in. I'll let you in. I don't think it'll.
I do have echo cancellation on. I just turned echo cancellation off. How's that? Any better? Any different? 1, 2, 3.
It does seem a little closer to your mouth. Closer to your mouth movement.
But your echo's all over. Jump out and come back in, Bugsy.
Let's see if it works. Right?
Yeah, try it out.
Yeah, I don't have.
Let's see if it works. Right?
Yeah, try it out.
Yeah, I don't have.
What I found out, Gary, is to get my effects to work, I had to toggle that one that you just untoggled. That seems to have fixed your issue. Talk a sentence now. Recite something from high school that you memorized.
I'm going to go to there. I sent my resolution down a little bit too. Am I better now?
Yeah, I mean your audio's coming in. I don't know how the audience hears it. Gary might. Let's see what Todd says. There might be something running in the background eating up resources. Or yeah, I don't.
It's possible, but I got a really powerful computer, and I don't think.
Yeah, and you've always been clear. I think it could just be. Usually, when stuff like this happens, it happens from my internet connection. It's my lack of processing power. I'm only at 49% though, so. And it comes back, but when it comes back,
what do they call that program manager system? What is it? Task Manager.
Yeah, what I learned is to stop
Yeah, I'm
stuff
using
from stop stuff from starting up. Like when I knocked Spotify off my startup list, it changed my game because it was just so resource intensive. Because with AI, everything that runs in the background is trying to learn about you so it can be used more. It wants to be opened.
Yeah, I'm at like 29 CPU.
Really? Bugsy hadn't come back
Yeah.
yet. Well, you sound fine now.
He has
I
not.
mean, yeah, there's no telling. I mean, you sound perfect. And maybe it's just your
Yeah.
mic being closer to you.
I did shut a bunch of windows. I'm a like 40 to 50 Google Chrome tabs kind of guy.
You shared your you forget you shared your with me. It's more like 80, 90.
Down a little bit.
What's a couple of 30?
I mean, I got like 64 gigs of RAM. I got a 4070 video card, and it's.
Well, my buddy Cartoon nailed my
Ryzen
problem.
9 or something.
I've got low processing speed because when I go to share videos and stuff, it does not happen. And it's not my RAM, it's my processor. But that's a me issue. But chat, does anybody in chat even know about the Tools for Gents Tuya issue? Or is that just something I know because I'm tied in with Dave, Warren, the Tuya US rep, and the YouTube creators group? That all that shit gets published in from Tools for Gent, that they're coming out with a video that they think they found the next culprit, which it really turns out, I believe on this knife, that Tools for Gent just got it wrong. And there's no way for a guy like Dave, who's a distributor, to know anything's changed until somebody throws some accusation like that out. A little about it, Kathleen? Yeah, I don't know what the consensus is out in the public or how much the public knows about it. Tuya is a small brand, but they OEM for more people than I think we realize. Truth, Google is bad, especially with Gemini built into it. Bugsy's back.
Yeah, but I got 64 gigs of memory. So
yeah, I don't think it's that. I always blame it on the internet.
It seems better already a little bit. Resolution is definitely not as clear, but
yeah, he dialed his resolution down a little bit.
Yeah, my buddy had an issue with his camera that was tracking him. He had to change that up completely.
I've got echo cancellation on, Gary. I do not have reduced mic background noise. That's unchecked. And I've got automatically adjust mic volume checked. I'll show you my settings.
Let's test something real quick. I'll ask Gary a question, and then we'll count how many seconds it takes for him to respond.
I'll answer immediately.
All right, cool. What's the temperature outside today?
It started in the 40s and it ended in the 70s.
So it wasn't bad. That was a lot better than it was before.
Yeah, because he was processing. Okay. He wasn't waiting to hear it.
Yeah.
So, see, I don't think that's showing my settings. If you look at your settings, Gary, if you open them up, on the audio,
yep.
I've just got echo cancellation checked on. Reduce mic background noise is unchecked. I don't have stereo audio available, so it's unchecked. But automatically adjust mic volume, I do have checked. Yeah, I don't know if that matters.
All that checked.
Yeah.
I don't think it's audio. I think it's video. It's like the pipeline or the process, something. Now, one of the things I'm doing that could be a problem. Okay, so the way most people would do this is they'd hook the camera directly up through the browser to StreamYard. I have a camera that has a virtual streaming mode on, and I'm bringing that into OBS. And from OBS, I have a virtual camera going, a virtual, like it's so that OBS looks like a camera, and then I bring basically OBS into StreamYard, so that I can do the sounds and do everything else I want to do. I don't know if that's the issue, but if it continues, I'll just go straight to the camera or straight from the
You
camera.
haven't had an
That's
issue
the problem.
since you haven't had any more issues. But I will tell you this:
good.
Your aptitude level, regardless of your IQ points being 2 less, are much higher than mine when it comes to production quality. So good for you. You're reading the right shit.
I was a broadcast communications major in college. So
Have a good night, Shady. That helps. Although the stuff that you were trained on is probably obsolete, but the
it is.
What am I looking for the word? The science behind it is adaptable to what's out there now. That's a Winkler, right?
Yeah. It's the belt knife.
And what steel is that? Is that 80 CRV2?
Or A1?
I don't remember.
I think it's on the card only, if I remember. We had one come in on trade.
He puts some shit on the spot. Winkler knives too. It's probably easier to look up.
See, I don't think the average knife buyer cares whether it's 8670, 52-100, 80 CRV2, 1095. 1095 has a little more name recognition. But
people ask for that.
I don't think it makes the value of it any different. Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah, I think there's a familiarity.
And I'm thinking about Yeah, and I'm thinking about doing something with the finish on it. I'm thinking about Cerakoting it, but I'm thinking about just acid etching it in ferric chloride, just so it's gray to start. It just has a gray kind of a flat gray kind of look.
Is that what you're going after, the look, or for extra corrosion?
It's already patinaed, so you don't feel bad when your shiny knife turns gray.
Yeah, some people feel that way. I try to take my knives
mainly the look.
Patina doesn't in the dirt day one.
Create great.
You know what I've noticed?
Yeah, I think the idea is to see, we got the delay again. It's back.
You know what happens, Gary? It's only when you're dropping fat bombs that are helpful.
I'm going to try
to know, right? When we're actually trying to listen to him, and then I'm interrupting him like a jagoff.
You're not interrupting him. It's just he drops out like a word he hears. You ran him off, Bugsy. I like a Winkler.
Now the audio is gone from me.
Is it gone? Is it really gone? What's funny is, guys, y'all, what this means is look for more Javon solo streams. These guys are going to blow me off. I'm going to send out, hey, come drop by the streams. I'm like, man, Javon's streams are not worth it. They're too much technical issues.
Oh, man.
I will tell you this. Every time I load into StreamYard, I take full responsibility for it because the platform I use is under new ownership, I think. And I have an update. Every time I load on, it tells me all these new features. I don't see them. Very true.
I believe it's a bug, not a feature, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely a bug. They're bugs. And what's funny is, I watch weird content. I watch what Gary's talking about, people who respond to other content. right? So
Yeah.
they're watching other people's podcasts and talking about why they're so screwed up. That I lost my thought because what Todd is saying is absolutely true. One step further, now I would say I'm not in an average market because my market's very high in engineers, and most of our buyers work on Redstone Arsenal or for a defense contractor, so they're very affluent. But I've had 3, I don't even think it's been 4. I've had 3 in over 3 months ask me about blade steel. They do not, it's not even a consideration. They're looking at how the grip feels. They're looking like the bushcrafters, and these are people that are weekend bushcrafters. They're doing it. I don't know if they're doing it like real bushcrafters are, but they're using their stuff and they're coming in from the videos they watch and they're not asking about that. They like convex grinds.
I think a lot of guys, if they're actually using their knives, they're starting to realize, like, hey, for the money, can I get something better than this? You know, like, is there a limit to how much edge retention? You know what I mean? Like, those kind of things start to creep into your head. Like, when Max and Met came out, I was like, wow, is this really going to be something that's that much more edge retention? And it was a pretty serious steel.
That's the funniest comment of the night. Clark Rivers identifying as Benchmade now.
Or is Benchmade identifying as Bark River?
But you're spot on, dude. And I think most people that are using their knives, even if they're bushcrafting, they're not pushing them to the limits that people that are, failure testing them are, or that steel manufacturers are trying to come up with this steel that'll perform just a little bit better. These guys that are using them on the weekends aren't even getting to the point to where last year's steel, they would know if they've reached the pinnacle of what it would do, right? They're just not putting I don't know that.
Like, for example, I showed you that like 11-inch blade K-bar zombie war sword thing that I had.
Yeah.
That's like, I don't even know what steel that is, like 1075 or something like that. And honestly, I can't find anything that performs better.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret that's not a secret. Are you familiar with Shed Knives?
No.
They make a big overbuilt knife. Guy Jake, he's been on, I forget his name. He's been on the show. I've got a couple of his knives that I bought off Blade Binge, but his first year making them, they're 154 cm. They're almost a 1/4 inch thick. He wasn't heat treating them. And he talked about it when he was making them, that for what they're designed for. And then he sent some to Bob DeMarco. Bob DeMarco kind of convinced him to, and he treats them now. And he's, he just didn't think he needed to for what they were. And in a lot of cases, I don't know how much he picked up by heat treating it.
Well, I think you'd have to do it just in like,
to make the metal.
Well, I think you want it to be like homogeneous, or I mean, you can like heat treat like the edge or the blade versus not the handle, but then
But why you should heat treat it? I think there's no excuse not to for the metal to become what it's designed to be. Right?
Yeah.
Doesn't it all have to kind of melt together, for lack of a better terms?
I mean, not really sure, honestly. Like, that's one of those things. Like, you might be able to take like a lawnmower blade and sharpen that shit up, and it'll last you just as long as 1095 heat treated correctly or something.
I don't know. And what I asked Shane, and he couldn't answer, is what is MagnaCut's HRC when it comes in?
Oh,
when it's raw. Is it 50? Is it 48? Is it 60? I don't know.
So what I've heard from a lot of guys is, like Gary was saying earlier, that there's a lot of tempering, because like even like 1095, it's there's a lot of time spent tempering versus, so like, are you better off just doing some kind of a temper to get it to, or should you heat treat it all the way high up and then temper it back? That's a whole nother process too. So I mean, I bet there's an argument to be made with certain steels, but certain other steels, there's just no chance. You got to heat treat it. You got to heat treat it correctly. I think there's probably some stuff you can get away with that's close
I
enough.
think cardboard's probably the best abrasive to test on, even better so than rope. When I test this Magnamax against this MagnaCut, I think cardboard is the right medium to use. Bugsy, but you're a use your knife shit guy. So do you notice certain, I mean, I know you carry what you like, but when you're up that high, do some of them dull faster? Or are you just carrying the ones that don't because you know better?
I never let the ones that I use in those situations get dull, so I don't really know. They're at a constant.
So they got a maintenance sharpening schedule just because of the time that they're in your hand, or
they're just like sharpened every week.
Okay, so yeah,
you know, like that's always like, and that's a lot of time like why I use this one all the time.
This rated, yeah,
right, because this isn't something I have to upkeep all the time.
So if you're sharpening every week, do you get the advantage of longer edge retention, or are you better off focusing on corrosion resistance and something that gives you the best toughness? I mean, does edge retention matter to your use case? Is my question. If you sharpen every week,
no, but that's also why I like.
Question. It's not a ask Bugsy.
No, I'm trying to like put it together into a thought that makes any sense. Like I like H1 a lot because I sharpen all the time. Like this, everybody says it has terrible edge retention, but I don't notice it because it's always just touched up.
Right,
you
right.
know,
like maybe with the ceramic rod or something like that. So it's
something light. So I'm not removing any steel. I'm just fixing the burr, you know, and then.
Which to me is a better performing steel than one that you have to sharpen if you can bring it back to sharp.
Like I can't stand once I get my like even like an S30 knife down to like this one. This came with a broken tip, so I fixed it anyway. But like, it's
great information, brother.
It's getting to the point where I'm gonna have to like change it. You know.
Is it something you can do, or you something you want to send off?
No, I mean I'll do it. It's just
I know a guy.
Half hour of sharpening versus like literally like 2 minutes.
I know a guy. Unfortunately, right now he's hanging out over in said Stevie's lobby, waiting for him to go live.
just sitting in the lobby. It's better than
he's in Stevie's lobby, but his icon is on my my thumbnail. He's my buddy. I just give him a hard time. But again, not many folding EDC knives are basic carbon steels unless you're talking slip joints or dirt cheap ones. And what I've noticed, Todd, is maybe cases doing 10, maybe 20% carbon steel. For example, I don't know how many colorways. I'm going to guess 20, maybe 15, but only 2 of their releases are carbon steel releases. And I think they use 1095.
Yeah.
I agree. And you can spot rust if you got removable handles. Well, I don't know if it's better to have a removable handles or not. I like removable handles because I can treat it with like some 1931 bolt butter.
So this is a perfect example of why I like removable scales. See that?
Yeah, where it's creeping out, rust.
Yep, starting right there. This is why I want my scales removable. I love this knife. I love how solid it is. But if I can remove those scales and make sure that rust is just not going to get worse.
It's
not that it's a huge deal. It's on my AK rig, so like, you know, if I'm using this knife, I don't really care about a little rust.
I have basically given up on gluing up scales with pins at this point. No matter what knife, even though I'm using a fancy burl, I will use this screws. It's just easier, mechanical, fixable, easier to maintain the knife.
You offer options and scales, which makes sense.
Yeah. And, you know, one thing I used to do, which is also a good connection, not removable though, is flare pins. That's kind of a cool look. But for the most part now, we just screw them together.
Do you think when you were flaring pins, and I know you use carbon steels too, or non-stainless, do you think those are sealed up to where nothing's getting back there?
When I used to do that, I used to glue them in addition.
Okay.
So, but then I did. but then I didn't. They were just a mechanical connection. I like thinner blade stocks, and glue and thin blade stocks are, you can break that glue bond when the blade flexes. So that wasn't a great
A
setup.
great
So
marriage for your designs.
yeah.
Have you
Well,
seen the way Winkler uses rubber for some of their handle material?
I have seen it done.
I wondered
I've
about
seen it on
that
Faultville.
black magic.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess for real functionality, that's good.
I don't know though. Like, is it over time?
I don't know.
They said it was like tire material, right? So it's super tough rubber.
The one guys used to use was horse matting.
Okay.
That's one I know that was out there. But so now I'm going direct with the camera, direct with the mic.
I've heard no problems, but you're not
And-
talking about fascinating shit that everybody keys in on. I think that's when I think you've got a competitor that's like plugged into your IP.
Must be. What was I talking about? I was
The last time you were talking about, you were answering somebody's question.
Well, I answered about the MagnaCut S45V and how that got
And you
kneecapped.
answered the D2.
The D2.
Did you see this comment? I thought it was one of the funniest for the night. Bark River came out identifying as Benchmade now.
Oh, Bark River. My biggest question mark with the whole Bark River thing is just doing armchair math. There should be no reason why those guys weren't doing fairly well.
You did that on a live stream, and the numbers, I mean, yes, you're right. Unless you had somebody that was misdirecting funds for whatever reason so that they could get on a boat and go to the island when they close the door.
Man.
You never know. I mean, I've heard some, and I said I wouldn't watch more videos, but what I think it's done is it's going to bring more attention to small makers. And it's maybe going to make people, like if I was Benchmade or if I was a big knife company and they're all attuned to this, I would make a video talking about where I source my steel from and why, if you buy my knife, you know what you're getting, and have receipts just for a market. I mean, it just seems like it'd be good content.
I don't think a lot of companies want to get into that.
No. And I challenge any of you to grab Benchmade's 2026 catalog. I have looked through it 30 minutes combined. I found everything on their their steel chart, which is 2 pages in this big catalog. And I guarantee you that was a $6 million print. Knowing how many they had to do, they used AI for it, and they shifted. The crew wear is where the 440C, if you look at it linearly, you can see that they just did not put the right result with the steel that they've got it marked.
People use AI.
It gets worse than that, because proofreading should always be there. You get back to their knives. You get back to their knives, and you're looking at their folders, and you look at the type of construction, fixed tang, and you're like, no, it's a axis lock. And then you get to the fixed blade of that same knife, handle material or whatever, axis lock. So they're putting folder shit on fixed blade shit, and they don't have somebody proofreading that stuff. And there's a department, I'm sure, that's responsible for millions and millions of dollars that people should lose their job. I'm sorry.
Proofreading has pretty much died.
My point is what that does for smaller makers is not only do you have niches in what y'all are doing that's great and unique, but you've got receipts. You've got credibility if you choose to be credible, which, you guys are. So I would say,
the reality is Bark River was a relatively big company. Were they, in fact, as big as they said? He was saying they were making 200 blades a day. Were they, in fact, doing that? But he's
not in the facility. It couldn't have been done from what I've heard.
He's a known liar. So is that true? That's a lot of blades to shape. And they were doing it the hard way. But one of the interesting things, looking at their shop tours and stuff, these guys they were not a very well equipped shop. I think they had a CNC machine, but it wasn't always functional because they didn't always pay the bill. Yeah, the newer CNC machines, it's kind of like a buy here, pay here.
You got to get your updates, right?
Well, yeah, they can turn them off remotely.
Right.
No way, really?
Yeah, yeah. And so, but they only had one. And
crazy.
One machine and they said they only used it to put fullers in, which is a huge waste of the machine. But the way they built knives, they would get the blanks cut. And I have been in their waterjet. New Jersey Waterjet was the company they used, or they had a business arrangement of some nature. I was in New Jersey's Waterjet, and one of the first, I started water jetting after about my third knife. I was like, this is for the birds. I want to draw stuff in CAD and have it cut. And it's much cheaper to buy a sheet of steel than a bar of steel. Anyway, so I went to New Jersey Waterjet to drop off my steel, and I saw all the Bark River knives. Oh, these are all Bark River knives around here. And so, they were using legit steel at that point. But the thing is, Bark River is not the only one in this industry using fake steel.
You're exactly right.
And I don't think it's limited to big companies. I don't think using a company my size is any safer, because there are shysters in the small companies like mine too. So,
for a perfect example, what you could get away with if you wanted to.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and only when guys really tested it did they start to wonder, hey, if I gave you, now it wouldn't matter because these are all about the same price, but if I gave you Crewwear 3V or 4V, you wouldn't know the difference. You wouldn't know the difference. Like, just like we were talking about, MagnaCut, S45, S35, S30, even under pretty heavy use, I think you'd be pretty hard pressed to tell a difference between those.
You don't think through like sharpening and things you'd find that out? If
you're an experienced sharpener and you know what you're looking for, yeah, you might. But that's rare. So, I mean, a lot of people don't sharpen their own knives. And if they do, they wouldn't have done it so much that they could tell. Even an experienced sharpener between those steels that I just mentioned would have a hard time.
I just know I have a little bit of a harder time with like redoing an S30 blade than I do with most of my other steels. I don't know if it's just me or the stuff I'm using, but
it was always a pain to grind. Like, it was as difficult to grind as S90V.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
So have you found, like, me and Javon kind of touched on this a little bit when you were fixing your camera. Do you think anybody out there really like doesn't heat treat like they say they do? Like, is heat treat one of those things that a lot of people skate on?
And what we're talking about, Gary, is I know from the horse's mouth that, and he just didn't know any different. He thought the thickness of the steel was fine. That Shed Knives' first release of 154 cm knives were not heat treated at all. Now they're almost a 1/4 inch thick.
Well, that doesn't matter.
And he sent it to Bob, and Bob talked to him and said, "No, dude, you got to heat treat these." And he heat treats them all now. But it was just, he's a young guy. He didn't think he needed to, but you have to, because what I couldn't get from anybody like Shane is do these steels have an HRC before they're heat treated? I know there are other things that happen.
25, 27.
Okay, so it's that low.
Oh,
okay.
wow, really? Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I just tested some steels before they're heat treated just to see where they are. Because sometimes when you get these steels, they're a little too hard. 35, like, because all these steels were rolled, so basically forged into a sheet, and then you cut them out of that sheet.
I was going to ask about annealment. Like, is there a lot of that processing going on?
Yeah, they have to anneal. Yeah, they have, especially air hardening steels like most of the steels that we talk about, most of these CPM grades, they're all air hardened steels. So you heat them up hot enough to roll them. They're each time they're hard when they cool down.
And
That
that can
air was
vary.
enough to quench them. And so when Niagara does its last roll to when it's got it to its thickness, it's got to put it into a annealing oven to soften that back up again, so it's workable.
Like, do you on a small batch have to anneal things to get them workable at any point?
No, they're annealed when they get to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gary, when he purchases his steel, it's ready based on the way he orders it, which is how his CAD and his cutouts are set up. It's ready to go, right, buddy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, is that
And
something you agree upon ahead of time? Like,
that's just how steel comes.
Okay, I didn't know if it would be like if I bought steel, I would have to make sure that they went through the annealment you know what I mean?
Well, that's the way steel's supposed to come. But
Okay.
every once in a while, you'll get something that's. But because I have a laser, it doesn't even matter.
Right, but how do you test that?
With a
Like,
rough
do you? Well, okay, all right.
Yeah.
And to answer
a real
case
one
thicknesses to address that, there's some truth to that. But what I think the real issue was, and I've heard this, I don't know if it's a reviewer I don't care for, but I trust what they do. They had problems with MagnaCut in a video 5 years ago rusting, and MagnaCut's not supposed to rust. And a bunch of Bark River fans basically were in her comment section telling her you don't know what you're talking about. So I think you can have it. And I've also heard of Bark River saying no more knives for you because you found something not positive. Good knife companies want the good, the bad, the ugly because they want to take constructive criticism, unless it's somebody just looking to sensationalize bad for clicks.
Ideally, reviewers should be buying knives, not because of any other reason than, well, they can do a really good job on this knife they send to a reviewer, but then everything else, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
if you buy it, then you're getting a random sample,
right?
Yeah,
and it's not, especially if you buy it from a dealer.
Well, and but my first 3 years, I only bought knives because I didn't have any connections. And then like companies like Kaiser, when they send out knives, they send out bags of knives. And I'm convinced there's nothing, a small maker, I could see how they could do that. That's why Nick Shabazz always says you have to assume this is the best knife they've ever made. If they send it to me, yours might not be this good. He has a great intro to all of his videos, but you get to a point, when I lost my primary job, I couldn't buy the knives that I like to review or that I think my audience wants to see. And it does take time to make videos. But what I do differently is I don't wait for companies to contact me. I contact them. And I always say, look, I'm happy. I'm working with the company now. I'll send your knives back in 10 days. All I'm going to do is cut paper with them if you're okay with that. I don't have to have a free knife to do a review.
If you're not hard use testing them, it's less critical. But if you're hard use, if you're testing them to failure, in that case, like Nick Shabazz says, you got to assume that this could be that that they put extra time in it.
Or they designed a knife to fit the situation that somebody was trying to fail, right? I mean, there's a lot of things you've got to look at, and I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, it's.
And I would like to.
Yeah,
I would like to. I like channels that test stuff like that. I can see how if I was buying knives, I wouldn't want to beat them to death. You know what I'm saying? Where a reviewer that's doing that is trying to find the failure point. If you read my little bio, I talk about how knives make me feel, how they cut cardboard and open cat food. I'm not that guy. I can I refer people to Cedric, to Nick, to people that are doing those kind of tests. And I don't know how good their testing is. That's one of the things I argue with my buddies who are, steel. I don't call them steel snobs. They know about steel. That's what their whole thing is. But, a or is a reviewer really cutting as much as they say, or are they making content? I know Nick, so I know he's doing the best he can, but is it getting to the crux of the differences that you talk about, Gary, that are really kind of harder to see for an everyday user?
One of the jokes for some custom makers is why bother even heat treating the steel? Because a lot of people buy these knives. This whole Bark River thing, these guys buy these knives because they're like factory custom knives, and put them in a box and don't use them.
That's a fact. Randall's a great example of that.
Yeah, and if you did use it, it wouldn't be a very good knife because it's 1095. Sorry for you 1095 lovers out there. It's not a great steel. It's not a terrible steel, just not a great steel, especially when you're getting a $500-$600 knife. So like, yeah.
And it's good to hear you say that, because that's what Shane, my buddy who you've met, and Kyle echo all the time. It's not that people might not ask for it. It's a maker has some responsibility to help educate their customer that we have better products available now that'll give you everything 1095 does, plus, corrosion resistance or whatever.
Like, carbon seals are cool and I like them, but if it's really about a high performance tool, these new steels are just so much better. But now, one of the interesting things with this whole 8670 version of the knife that I'm making, and I'll probably have more of those than the other ones because I don't want to spend so much money on the steel. I'm just curious. I'm not saying this is going to be a price, but let's just say the price was $175 for that with 3D print scales. So it's just sort of an inexpensive knife, good performing steel, heat treatment, geometry, all the things that are important. But the steel is just the most honest, hardworking, basic, no frills steel, but just done well. Versus a version of the exact same knife, design wise, and I'll probably do G10 scale, so a little upgrade on the scales, and Magna Max or 3V. Actually, the first one's going to be 3V. And so how much more do I charge for the 3V? Is that going to be, I'm thinking it's probably going to be a $275 knife. It might be like 205, like one. I think one will be 199 and then like 275 for a 3V. Magna Cut would be the same price. Magna Max might be a little bit more. But that's a big jump in price, but that's an enormous jump in performance. So,
for somebody like me, like if I'm buying a knife that I know will rust, will get damaged, you know what I mean? I kind of treat it like if I lost it, I wouldn't be that sad, like, so I'd want it in those price ranges if it was going to be something like that, like if,
like 199 might make you sad.
Oh, it's definitely gonna make me sad. I'm talking about like a $40 K-bar that I use. If I lost it, I'd only be sad because I'm attached to stupid things. But like, it's nothing that's that important. But like something I'm spending $200 on, I'm kind of gonna be upset if I leave that thing in a log when I won't go hiking.
You'll look for it on the next hike, and you'll make that next hike that night with a
pissed when I
flashlight.
go back and it's not there because somebody found my sweet Creeley.
It's just I'm really sensitive to price because I want people to be able to afford my knives. Because I'm not a rich guy, and I know most people aren't rich, and so to make it accessible, is part of the priority, and making money on. I'm not gonna. Now I'm gonna let you a little bit on the inside baseball here. At a minimum, I would charge $75 more for Magna Max. But in reality, I figured out my steel cost on, and it's this guy here. I figured out my steel cost, and in 8670, it's $2. It's probably around 25 in Magna Max, or 20, 2.
But you've got to keep that perception in the market, right? I mean, you've got to have that value proposition of really
And the
what that
scales
means.
are $30 more,
Right.
end user. So, yeah.
See,
So, I mean,
I worry when people I know say, well, that steel's not that much more, so I can keep the price the same. I'm like, well, really, you got to look at what the market's accepting that steel for to maximize your ability to be successful and sustainable, right? So you
Right.
don't want to just add $8 or $22, whatever the difference is, and just go with it because you've got other variables that could happen. It could fail at a higher rate. You could have more waste. And again, you're setting a low bar precedent. Gary, I've heard before, I forget this thought, that certain steels are becoming hard to get, in particular like Nitro V. Are you finding that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
There's a new Nitro V, isn't there? Nitro
No,
V.
not anymore.
Something. Oh, no?
No. So Boderis is the company that made those steels. I was in the process of getting sheets of Nitro X7, is what you're thinking of.
Yes, there you go.
And this was several months back now, but Boderis is no longer, well, they're waffling on it now, but for the most part, they are not making those grades of steel anymore. AEBL, they're
No,
not
really?
making Nitro V, they're not making Nitro X7, especially for the prices they were making them at.
I've heard prices have more than doubled in some cases.
More than doubled, yes,
Yeah.
on those cheap steels. So what's happened is those cheap steels are not so cheap anymore. AEBL, actually, if you buy enough, well, now with tariffs really hit steels hard. Because besides the tariff on steel from Europe is 50%. That's no joke. And so that's hit it pretty hard. And a few of the companies that make those cheaper steels aren't making it. Cleveland Cliffs is another American steel maker that makes 8670. I think they're not going to be making 8670 anymore. So, these cheaper grades of steel are not so cheap anymore. And that makes, now I bought it back before. That's why it's only $2 in steel for that particular one. That might be $5 in steel now, or $6. Now I'm getting close to, prices of more interesting steels. So, yeah, it's a challenge.
So I got a question. Say I'm making a knife with a
I'm just
10-inch
following
blade.
an argument in the chat. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna make like a 10-inch blade knife, right? And I want to make it, usable like my K-bar. What's like they sold that knife for $40. Is there any way, like, what steel would you use if you were gonna make a $50 knife for someone to beat on with a 10-inch blade?
8670 or 52100.
Okay.
Or 80 CRV2. The toughest of them would be 8670.
Okay.
52100 and 80 CRV2 would have better edge holding. But that's not the name of the game with that situation as much. You're not going to cut through miles of sisal rope. So
I got a little design for myself that I'm gonna call the woodchuck, just specifically for batoning and carrying through the woods to deal with processing wood. So I want to get, something like that is good for me, like the cheaper steels. I can make a bunch of them that people are just going to beat the shit out of. And
that's the way to go, because you also get into the steel costs when you get into a big knife like that.
Yeah,
you make that out of 3V and you're going to be $200 into a piece of steel.
Right, like I don't even want to charge people that. Like I want to keep it under $100. I'd like to keep it under $50 if I could, but still keep it usable and
have it made here.
Well, I want to make it.
Yeah, make it.
Oh man, even with 8670, you're going to be $20 in the steel.
Yeah.
So like, that's a tough price for a big knife. That's a tough.
That's what I mean. Look, like I don't know how they do that kind of stuff. I guess it's just mass quantity.
Yeah, you're going to be. There is a knife thing. I have one. It's a company here in Pennsylvania. I don't know if they're totally defunct or partially defunct. They made a knife. I don't know if I have a blank of that. I have a blank of something else that they did. I think it's called. Is it called the Woodsman's Friend?
Tasteful thickness. You're right, Miller Bros. I like their sheaths though. Their sheaths are badass.
There it is. Yeah. The Woodman's Pal.
If you share it, I'll put it up.
Yeah. It's they have a website, woodmanspal.com, PAL.
Woodman's.
I doubt they're made. I don't know if they're made in the US anymore or not.
Well, I know that cold steel's made, I think, in Taiwan.
This was made in Pottstown, Pennsylvania.
Right. This guy, is this it right here? Did I find the right? Let me pull this
$150
up.
bucks.
Yeah, see, I'd like to just get them in people's hands for as cheap as possible. I want people to just use them.
Woodman's Pal machete? Or am I on a different page, Gary?
Yes, that's right. Let's see, blade 1075.
Like for people that do a lot of backpacking and stuff. Like I know a lot of those guys, they don't want to carry an axe. They'd rather carry like a saw and a fixed blade, you know?
1075.
I don't.
Tack leather. That's a lot of, I mean, well put together packaging and everything. That's a good price.
I would grind that thing myself differently as soon as I got it.
And it's not my jam, but it's probably very, very, very functional.
It's a cool tool. They used it in World War II in the jungles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they even reprinted original manuals that they're shipping with that thing. So they've got a lot of value in that $158.
I'm guessing those are now made in Pennsylvania. I mean, now made in China.
Yeah.
I don't, the Woodman's Pal?
I would guess so. They were making them here.
They say they're made here. American made, family heirloom, built for a lifetime.
Okay.
On each one.
Yeah, man, little silky saw or those little folding saws they make now. I'm responding
Frederick
to
Ersham. I'm not doxing him.
Love the name, by the way.
He's a Swiss national who settled in Pennsylvania. An experienced engineer, artist, and woodsman. He recognized the need for an ugly ass knife for land management.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that.
No, that's funny though, because I mean it is ugly. I'm sure it works for what its purpose is, but
have you heard about that weird knife Shane made that doesn't have a handle that all those people in Alaska that he gave them to are using? That little.
The ulu or the
yeah.
I actually have one from Alaska from my mom. My mom is like a tail gunner for an RV company, and they do like these trips up into Alaska, and she rides at the back in her RV and makes sure everybody is okay along the trip. And they sent me back some of those knives from Alaska.
I hear their edges will last forever.
I mean, it's a serious cutter. It's no joke.
Gary, do you see a time, because I know made in America, but what we were talking about yesterday with some of these steels being hard to get, I'm sure China, from all the beatings they took on inferior steels and with the infrastructure they have to do better, is there a chance that, the steel is going to come from China one day, our knife steel?
Anything's possible. I think it's coming from Europe right now. Europe has a pretty healthy, steel manufacturing. And it's not just Era. There's Dama Steel, there's Bowler. We have 0. They have at least 3, just right off the top of my head.
Right.
So, no. Not anytime soon. I'm not going to be buying it.
Yeah, I don't know what I guess to me, what I've always heard is knife steel. There are very few people that are like, because it's not used that much. If you look at the big macro of how steel's consumed in America. There's very few people that are developing steels for just knives, for tools and stuff like that are then adopted to knives, is from what I've heard, except for Laren. And I think Chris Reeves, when he did S35, that was one that was a knife specific steel. But I don't know that. I just hear that from idiots.
That was something that Niagara did with Crucible, as Chris Reeves being the major. It was their metallurgist putting it together.
Right. It was just kind of his request for something a little different.
Yeah, I wanted something a little more of this, a little more of that. Yeah.
Do we know what the MK does to the M390? I know we joke about it, but does Microtech even talk about what the MK does?
Oh, they don't talk about it. I talk about it.
I think it's funny. I'll tell you what they do talk about. And I have to show this almost every time. And then we'll have to go because Stevie and them are on, but I got to show this. I showed it today in the store because I'm a big fan of Gavin Hawk, even though I can't afford his knives. And I hate litigious companies. Anthony, I'm talking to you. Gen 3. And this is on Microtech's website, okay? So going back to handle someone in your marketing department, it makes sense. So if you go, the first thing that pulls up, what's the difference in Gen 3, Gen 4, Ultratechs? We know because Gavin came out and said somebody stole my property, and then Microtech came out and said, no, we've got more patent shit than anybody else does. So if you go to this first result from Google, it's the Microtech page, October 15th, 2025. And the funny thing is the differences after you get past all the pop-ups. If you're an enthusiast, blah, blah, blah. Okay, key features of the Gen 3. The Generation 3 Ultratech stands out for its advanced zero blade play system. And the rest of this goes on to talk about it's the greatest thing since anything ever you've seen, right? And there it is again. And then you come down, what's new in Ultratech Gen 4? This happened about 5 months after the Gavin thing. No zero blade play. Slight blade movement is possible, but the action remains smooth and reliable. And the reason they did that, Gen 4 models deliver the same cutting-edge build quality, but make the platform accessible to more enthusiasts with their $299 base price. Well, they had that in the Gen 3 because they all weren't zero blade play. So if I worked for them, I would have said, hey, guys, people have probably forgotten when we rolled out zero blade play, but let's kind of minimize how great it is before we talk about while we're taking it away.
Later, Sierra.
Nonsense.
I think it's funny. I mean, I think Microtech, anytime I get to see them step on themselves, I just think it's a good thing.
You know what's funny is out the fronts in general. What a worthless knife. Sorry. Hot take.
Yeah. I've had no good luck with any of the mechanisms from any of the companies, especially Microtech.
Well, when you cut with them, you're putting pressure against everything that's the mechanism that makes them deploy.
Well, so see, the biggest fail for me is the blade shape. So is a damn dagger shape.
Yeah.
We're coming over in just a sec.
M390 MK. Basically, remember I was saying there's variances from batch to batch and melt to melt, and even within a batch. So MK is they're looking for a certain higher level of certain elements that's within the spec, but on the higher end of that spec. And so when they scan the sheets, they try to pick out ones that are in the higher percentage of that. But at the end of the day, it's within the regular M390 spec.
They're just culling some of the closer to the optimal spec from the desirable or what the acceptable.
Be like Martin Guitar picking out some better looking tops.
I got you.
You know. Now, let me ask you real quick before we go: is there any like steel chart based on like usage, like chef's knife, best steel for chef's knives, or best recommended steel for chef's knives? A diver, best steel for a saltwater diver. Like, is there ways to look up steels based on what their use should be?
I don't know that there's a chart like that because that's a little bit subjective. I mean, I could answer those questions. For a diver, I would use MagnaCut or LC200N or Vanex. For a chef's knife, I would use. Again, it depends on the chef's knife. But if you want maximum edge holding, S90V, Magnamax. Those are two good stainless S110V.
Yeah, like that would be a cool chart for me personally, because that's kind of what I need to know, you know, whether I'm a maker, whether I'm a user, you know, like what is this steel for? You know, like what's the best, you know, because you can make a knife out of anything. You know,
I'm
I
going
can
to
take a
challenge you,
lawnmower blade
Bugsy.
and make a knife.
I'm going to give you a homework assignment. Have you ever used AI?
Nah, I don't mess with robots.
Well, think of Chat GPT as just a code, but if you ask it that question, it's going to throw out some random answer. And then you look at those sources, right? And you see where that data is coming from. And using AI, you can have it compile you the type of chart you're looking for if you trust the sources that algorithm or that program is pulling the data you're specifically asking for. So you don't have to take it, write it down, and then make a chart. If you go through, you know, spend 45 minutes with it, you'll be amazed. It'll scare you, but it could be your friend. You've got to lean into it.
No, I think I'll just be nice to it for now. And it doesn't forget. So look, guys, don't be mean to your devices. Don't talk smack on your car even. They're listening.
Well, it's weird. I wonder because when you're exactly right on your car, but when I log into Chat GPT, I set up a little free account because what it does is it remembers everything I've asked it, because all I'm using it for is thumbnails and titles. And it makes it learn how I speak and what I'm looking for, but it's also giving it a lot of information that if you don't log in, you're not going to get as tailored information. It'll know you by IP, but there's enough software to scramble it where, you know, I would think I want the machine to think I'm its ally, and I'm dependent on it than somebody that's just turned its back on it, because they're going to come for you first.
For me, it's like you just, you know, the vampire comes to the door, you just don't let him in, you know? Solve yourself a lot of problems.
What you run into though with something like this, it's an emerging tech like everything else. It's kind of been scary, but it's been realized. If your competitors start using it and can make it work for them, it puts you at a disadvantage where you should not be at a disadvantage, because
that's the same kind of thing as like evil though, you know? You can always be an evil piece of crap and win out because good people aren't willing to go as low or, you know, or as dirty as you to get to where you want to be. But it's one of those things I avoid, you know.
And
like,
I think that's your right. And
it's like a gate. I just don't want to go through there right now.
Gary, can I ask you a theological question, just in your thoughts?
Okay.
How do you look at AI and theology? Do you see it as anything that crosses or?
Well, little do you know, I'm not even a real person. I've been an AI this whole time.
You're a filter. And I'll tell you what, your AI makes great knives.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got some good stuff going on over there.
No, I don't think I don't think there's a theological. I can use it for some biblical research at times, and help, you know, answer, you know, like read the second chapter of Numbers, you know, summarize the second chapter of Numbers. Like, I just want a quick sense of what that's about.
Barron's Book Notes version or Cliff Notes version of that, where I can.
So if I just need to boil a lot of information down to a little bit for something, I use it for that kind of thing. Obviously, I make songs.
I do too. You've heard my intros; those are AI.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm playing with it. I think a lot of people overestimate its ability at the moment. and like, like using it for a big catalog like that. Um, yeah, you come up with some weird things. There was a guy that put out a steel chart that had some, he had Magna Cut and S90V at the same edge retention. And it's just like, dude, clearly this chart doesn't make sense.
I don't
He's
think
like,
I took a picture of the one the old guy that's gonna eventually be the guy that makes me walk out of my social experiment. He printed one up. I don't know where he got it, but I'm gonna take a picture of it because I think it's flawed. He only did it for toughness, and I have questions about it. But
Yeah.
what I think, Gary, is the AI may be cooked right. I think a lot of it's how you prompt it. What I've been trying to do is learn how to communicate with it, how to ask it things to get and I get frustrated. It can't do simple things. But I think a lot of it is in the prompts. I use it for emails sometimes. I use it for my thumbnails. I didn't realize it, but when I started my channel, I used 2 apps. I use one app called Bizarre. It's $4.99. I take backgrounds out. It's all I use it for. But Canva is a graphic design kind of app, kind of like Publisher, except
I have a subscription to Canva.
Yeah, Canva, I find I've done business cards with Canva. I've done t-shirt designs with Canva. Mostly it's for thumbnails. And it's allowed me to do things that I don't see in vivid colors and stuff with AI, unlike with Canva. And I'm sure Canva has it built in now. I just don't use it. But when it kicks me out a thumbnail, I can say, optimize this thumbnail to make the colors pop more or the text pop more. And as it does it, this is a YouTube plug-in AI thing. It grades the effectiveness of the thumbnail based on other thumbnails. So it puts it on an A, B, C, D, E, F kind of scale at a number scale. But to me, I think right now, for me to lose it, I depend on it. But I've joked with Kyle, because we always talk about Neuralink. And I know that gets to a biblical thing, but he would never do Neuralink. And I talk about for people like my dad who's got dementia or people who have lost abilities to do things, if you could get an implant, Shane talked about it, that would make him be able to live a more normal life, he'd sign up for it in a heartbeat. I think everybody's situation dictates that. But to me, I would not do Neuralink just for knowledge, but AI, when I'm having to ask it questions, it's not part of my brain. I think it's a great tool to use. I think it's like working in a cabinet shop and not using a rip saw for whatever reason.
No, it's a useful tool, and I don't have any theological position on it. I'm pretty agnostic about that.
And Bugsy, I think a lot of people, and I could be misinformed, but I think because the code's open source, a lot of it is, that I think what it's able to do is do a lot of rapid calculations, doing a lot of deep searches on the web that would take us a ton of time to put that together.
For me, I've seen way too many Terminator movies and whatnot. Well, I believe it's just building a target set.
That's very much possible. And I still think just what it's doing to the Amazon. Look, what did Amazon have? 18,000 layoffs last week or 2 weeks ago? Really? I mean, people are teaching AI. I did it to replace me. That's how I first got involved with it, was for campaign optimization, advertising campaign optimization. And we had a platform at Spectrum that we were interfacing with, that we were basically it was learning what we did. So it was getting smarter. And then they were able to you can replace a lot of people with it. But I'm afraid everybody's going to have to go to it to remain competitive.
It just always amazes me how reckless people really are with great power, and I just don't think that we're mature enough as a species yet, really, to even deal with these kind of things. This is like major stuff, like the whole transhumanism movement and all the crazy, stuff going on between, obviously all the other countries, but not only that, all the other sects of the same religions.
Yeah. I mean, And what I've always wondered, and this is a totally different subject, but we've lost everybody who said Stevie, so we're kind of backstage. But to me, it's kind of like everything. I'm trying to think how to make it not sound too negative, because it really is. If you look at how my thought is, it's not just as much country against country. I think there's a layer of power above all that shit that's calling shots for reasons that, probably are nefarious. Who knows?
And dude, they're working on futures. They're way ahead of all of this. They're trying to see what, I saw a map the other day of like what countries in the next 100 years are like water secure, right? And that's a big thing because we're in the age of Aquarius, and a lot of these people have a lot of beliefs involved in a lot of the esoteric. I forget what they call that. But they, water is the next big thing. People want to talk about oil and all this other stuff. You don't have
Water's
anything if you
more,
don't have water.
yeah.
And that's why you're starting to see, everything is based on water. All our laws are maritime. Everything they talk about with this war in, between, Israel and Iran, that's, from the river to the sea, all these different things. But here it's all based on water. And I think it's for a reason. I think these people that run this show believe these certain things. And that's how it's going to play out. Like right now, we left the age of Pisces, right? So technically, these people think that because Jesus is the symbol of the fish in astrology, that's Pisces. So we're leaving the age of Pisces. We're going into the age of Aquarius, which is like water, and that's why you hear all these data centers are sucking up all this water. I've worked in a lot of data centers doing the protection. They don't take up all that much more water than any other, even like a pharmaceutical company does.
I've heard that
But there's
China's
this
are
big
all.
hubbub about this.
Well, I've heard that China's data centers are in the sea. They have their data centers underwater to keep them cooled. I don't know if that's true. I've seen YouTube videos on it. It could be bullshit.
I mean, you can keep them 30 feet down and probably have the same
I don't think they're
effect.
going super deep. They're just letting the water keep them cool. I guess they run hot.
No, I mean, even underground, you can go 30 feet down usually, and it's, cold enough as long as you ventilate.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like when you see them, the pictures, I don't know if they're actually in theater, but you see the little dog things with troops going through clearing stuff. When they're moving around on their own and they have guns, I get scared. But if it's just me talking to code, and I know one leads to the other, I don't worry about that. But I do get kind of freaked out. I don't watch it though. My sponsor told me a long time ago, don't watch that shit. You can't control it. It's just going to bother you.
Yeah, no, I like to see what's coming though. I won't turn my back to the boulder. I want to see where it's going to go.
Right. Well, I think my point is he told me not to be plugged into 24-hour news because there's agendas being spread there. You can get news. I like Google Alerts. I'm a big fan of Google Alerts. If y'all don't use them for your field or for just whatever, Google Alerts are fascinating. You can use as many of them.
Ground news is a good source of news.
Ground news?
Ground, yeah. And the cool thing about ground is they tell you what political, ideological leanings the particular news sources are. So they'll have a story of whatever, and they'll be like, okay, this source is very right leaning, this source is very left leaning, this source is a little left leaning, this source is a little right leaning, so on and so forth.
So you can go through in one place and kind of synthesize the truth or what you think the truth is.
Yeah, it can certainly be more helpful because I think that we are in a place culturally right now, especially as it relates to world events and political conversations, where nothing's really discussed on the merits. It's tribal. It's my people say this, so that's what I believe. My people say that. I've even seen people, like, I'd ask them about an issue and they'll be like, well, who thinks what about the issue so they can have an opinion?
Yeah, no,
And
I hate that. I hate that.
it's just like, no, what do you think?
Yeah, what's going on in your head? You can't even ask people, what are you thinking right now? Ever seen somebody sitting there staring off into space, and you just look over like, hey man, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Is 90% of the time that's the answer I get from
Because there's
anybody.
no way I can't. My brain's always thinking
Yeah,
about
there's
something.
no such thing as nothing. It kind of frustrates me. You know what I mean? Like, don't tell me nothing. You're just like are you just like putting me off? Like dismissing me with that answer. Like,
Right. So,
Well,
so none of these conversations are, good faith conversations from politicians about issues. But the cool thing about something like ground news is you can look at these various stories from 3 or 4 or 5 different sources. But the other thing is certain stories will only be reported by certain stories will only be reported by right-leaning sources. Other stories will only be reported by left-leaning sources. And so by seeing that, you start to put it all together, and it becomes easier to see bias. There's no such thing as unbiased
that's right.
news.
Everybody brings something, some personal bias to everything they consume because we're all
But that
raised with some.
But on the flip side is that does not equal equivalency. So, there might be a bias one way or the other, but then there might be just spinning a real spin job narrative. Like there are degrees of it. Take somebody like Walter Cronkite. I'm sure there were times where he exhibited bias, not intentionally, but he has a point of view, whether it's the inflection in his voice or, whatever. It is impossible to be completely free of bias. And there's some charts on news that kind of put different outlets in terms of how far right or how far left they are and whatnot. So anyway, I think hearing a lot of points of view and thinking about things, thinking about things logically, thinking about things rationally is really in short supply anymore.
yeah,
I
thought
I think
experiments are
that's
kind of.
what's lacking most because I've heard that you can take 30 dyed in the wool red, 30 dyed in the wool blue, and come up with life questions that matter: fuel prices, cost of living, safety of your kids, education. And you can ask them basic questions, and they all want the same thing: security for their
Oh yeah.
families.
Yeah,
It's
just
not.
how to get there is what they just.
But then that's when it comes to the group think. You get into these echo chambers. That's why for me, when I used to watch Fox or CNN, you'd hear the same things regurgitated. And when you watch YouTube, you see the same thing too, especially with this watching these YouTubers on this Bark River thing. Because more and more people are coming in because it gets clicks, and they're not saying anything new. They're just recycling, probably for their audience, and there's probably value there. Not for me.
And they
Yeah.
like beef,
One of the things there's one particular YouTuber whose channel kind of just turned into knife sales on Thursday nights. But he was very much a fan of Bark River, did a lot of fan service videos for Bark River in terms of was a regular at grind-ins and all that. And it was interesting. His post on Bark River, kind of started off with, you guys need to show grace, and basically all you guys are wrong about how you're talking about Bark River. And in fairness, some people were, these are people's lives. This is a guy who's, got a lot more road behind him than he's got in front of him.
Yeah, and I want to clarify what you said a couple of weeks ago, because I think a couple people in the chat didn't get it right. You weren't excusing anything that happened. You were talking about basic human spiritual. This guy's at the end of his life. Let's have some grace on what he's already going through. You weren't thinking this guy doesn't deserve to be held to the fire. You weren't saying that at all. You were just saying we shouldn't come after him with torches because this is an old man who's, and some people think that he should be come after with torches. I don't.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, you bought a couple knives that aren't exactly what you thought they were. Big freaking deal. You know what I mean? Your life's not ruined.
True.
You know, you've been ripped off, but everybody who buys a car thinks they got a good deal on a car. Have you ever heard anybody say, hey, I got this car. I kind of got ripped off on it. You know, I got gap insurance. I didn't even need it. And they put door etching on there. I got that because they told me I had to. And, but no. Everybody thinks they got a phenomenal deal on a car, whether they did or whether they didn't. And so you buy a Bark River knife and you thought it was one thing. And then you find out definitively it's something else. I mean, you were ripped off, you were stolen from, and that doesn't feel good. And I don't know. My take is I don't think Bark River. I don't know. I put anything past them. The more I think about it, but
House.
Well, the more that comes out about him gives you the idea that he could have easily been swayed more so than somebody else. Even though,
but we all knew that about him for years. Like those in the knife world.
It almost seems like somebody else was running the business, like for him, and was totally cutting corners. But I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't know if that would be something that he would be like, yeah, cut the corners.
Maybe his son.
I need more retirement. But I'm just saying, I think it just kind of feels like that to me. Like somebody just decided, like, we're going to cut this corner this month, or this year.
If you're even selling a third of the knives that they said they were selling,
yeah,
why on earth wouldn't you buy your own water jet or laser or both? Why would you send them to New Jersey to do that? It would pay for itself in a year. It would pay for itself in 3 months.
3 months with the numbers that they were reporting.
Yeah. Like if you're paying $5 a pop for blades and you're doing 200 a day, you're $500 a day. You're $2,500 a week. You're $10,000 a month. It just doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
it screams embezzlement.
It has to be something, because there was a lot of money. They were selling a lot of blades. I mean, you saw them everywhere.
Yeah.
But they never. In my years in Blade, I don't think they ever showed up at Blade.
Well, and I've done some research.
And I think it's because they have a lot of enemies.
Right, early when they started Bark River, they were a huge fixture at Blade for like 2 or 3 years. And I think what they were doing is slowly alienating people because of their practices to where they could, like you said, no longer really show their face because people in the industry knew things were kind of amok. What surprises me is I can see the whistleblower coming out when the doors were shut. I'm surprised people in the industry, and I guess there's nothing to be gained. You look like you got sour grapes if you're pointing out inconsistencies with another company, because it really doesn't affect anything that you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
But I never heard, the only thing I heard were people, and I didn't pay attention at the time. I just figured maybe Erica didn't know what she was talking about, but because she made a video about the people in her comment section, being kind of an orchestrated devaluing everything she tested. And her tests weren't chipping or rolling. It was rust on MagnaCut, which I don't know. MagnaCut can rust, right? Because it's not always the same. I mean, you've got.
Generally, it shouldn't.
Right.
It's mostly a surface rust or something, isn't it? Like just like some of the tooling.
Well,
or something
sometimes
left
you can
on there.
see rust on it because you were grinding with a belt that maybe had some other steel in it, or there's some reasons, or if the surface got too hot during grinding, a la Bark River. I remember Cliff Stamp. I don't know if you guys remember Cliff Stamp, but he died probably 5 years ago now. But he was a major fixture before there was a lot of truth out there, and would ruffle some feathers royally. And I remember the fanboys coming after him because he showed a video of Bark River grinding their knives, and rightfully so, saying, these are getting too hot. Look how long he's on that belt. These are getting too hot. They're ruining the temper. They're ruining the heat treat.
And that's objective. There's no way to look at a video like that and get it wrong if you know what you're looking at, right? I mean, there's no way.
Yeah.
Any experienced guy will
was
tell you.
right.
Yeah.
So
And so they came out and said the guy was kind of discredited him as a loon.
they tried to, yeah. And he was kind of a prickly character anyway, so it wasn't hard to do. But yeah. Interesting stuff.
I like that. We were talking about I meant to bring it home tonight. I think it's called the Benchmade. Forget which. We've got a Benchmade down there that's got an aluminum body, axis springs, and it's got a little flipper tab. I think it's the Arcane, the manual knife with the flipper tab. I've never seen a Bark River or a Benchmade with the flipper tab. And studs. It's got studs too. But it's got this little flipper. And like it doesn't work worth a shit, but it was interesting.
It's a full roll kind of. I wish
totally
Spider Co would
agree with you,
redo this one.
Well, guys, we got to go because everybody's over at Said Stevie.
That's
I
fine.
always enjoy the conversation with you kids. I'm going to shut us off and I'm going to say bye to you guys shortly. Y'all stick tight.
All right.
Guys,
All right.
appreciate y'all hanging with us. Let's go over to Stevie. See y'all soon. I'm not even going to do end music. Peace. Love y'all. See you Sunday. If you're a member, come by 4:00.